Ben. You screwed up colossally. You told me 8:30. I was like, nah, pull it back to 8. I put out in the Discord, I'm going to be there at 8 o'clock. You failed me once again. For the last time, you failed me, sir. And you're all taking the piss in the chat. All right. It's Brownlow night. We're going to be watching along. I need to refresh my 7+, bounce across the Brownlow Medal, and we'll see what there is to see. But looking forward to chatting to all of you over the course of the night. I have got big plans. I've also got my first beer ready to go. I'm on the 150 lashes tonight. I absolutely adore lashes. Yep, the stream doesn't let me, so I can't watch it doesn't let me watch the red carpet or something. It gives me something football related. Oh, I need to sign into 7+. So I can get some red carpet, I guess. Oh, it's an ad break. Of course, it's an ad break. So tonight, while we're dealing with ad breaks, while we're dealing with being a little bit flat-footed and out of whack, I'm going to go through some of the plans for tonight. Firstly, plan number 1. Plenty of these. I've got the remainder of a 6-pack here sitting ready, waiting to go. And I've got another one in the fridge if required. Ben and I have been chatting in advance because we've been doing some pretty loose stuff when it comes to Super Chats lately. In fact, sorry, I say we, the community, you guys, along with me, along with Ben, it's been a bit ridiculous lately. I've also got a few pastilles. They're good stuff. Things have been a bit loose lately. And we're going to lean right into it a little bit here. So I've got some plans. Let me project what we've got in store for tonight. This is around the Super Chat because you've all been going a little bit funny with it already. I saw some Super Chats came in from Thomas and Thomas again before the show even got started tonight. Before I even knew what the stakes were, he'd already donated $4. So let's get loose. This is a little thermometer we made for the Baslow. Jackie, you wait and see. You say, where's the suit, Paul? Very disappointed. There are plans. But this is our little Super Chat thing here. For the most part, we want to just provide you guys with more time, more stream, more content. And so what you're seeing here, thermometer's obviously at 0, technically at $4 right now, but this is not a live thing. I have to go and export a new graphic. Essentially, we're looking to add time to the stream. You can see up to an extra hour on top of it, but also the big Ninja Turtles game stream that we've been talking about. Ben and I are kicking around plans for that and working out some graphics for that should we hit the $200 here, and a dedicated bonus stream. So what we're looking at here across the course of the night is that I need to mute the Brownlow because I'm getting Darcy Moore chirping away in my ears. What we're basically working... Shadu says I'm taking off a layer of clothing. We'll see. Maybe I have to... Jackie's dress me up, Paul. The more we donate, the more Paul becomes black tie. There is some stuff that's sitting off camera that we'll talk about depending on where the Super Chat situation goes. But the first thing there is just at $50, not an individual $50. Just once we hit $50 cumulative, we're at $4 so far, courtesy of Thomas. That'll get us an extra 15 minutes on the end of the Brownlow. That'll become 30 if we hit 150. That'll become an extra 60 all up if we hit 250. But the Ninja Turtles video game stream will do that. And a whole bonus stream as well if we hit a cumulative 300, because things have been getting a little bit nuts lately. So I want to make sure that I give back rather than being a bit dumbfounded when these things happen. I'm going to lean into it and make sure that there's some promises, some incentives to actually do it rather than just sit there a bit dumbfounded and go, I guess I'll give you another hour of a stream. We'll build something around it. And the Brownlow's a good night. So let's have some fun with it. We'll watch along tonight. We'll see Bailey Smith win the Brownlow. Hopefully, unless that upsets Horacio's multi that you've got planned. Roaming, I'm with you, mate. which is why we made sure that along the way there was some extra time added, or the Ninja Turtles game stream, so that I'm still providing extra content along the way. So this would be the Ninja Turtles game stream as well as an additional stream. So essentially 2 extra streams plus extra time tonight if we go all the way. But these beers aren't going to drink themselves. I'm also not going to keep this projected up on the screen the whole time because it feels slimy, and we're not trying to do anything like that, but we just want to kind of have a bit of a backbone here to kind of incentivize and acknowledge rather than oh my god, Thomas has just dropped a 15 in there. So we're at what's that, $19 so far. Gary rightly is saying, why haven't we hit the thumbs up? While we've got some time before the show, and look, we're obviously gonna have fun with super chats. We'll do all those sorts of things. And yeah, I'm keeping that running total. We're on 19. I'll update the graphic from time to time as well. In fact, I'll do that now before I forget. It's just short of halfway towards 50. There we go. So where I'm going is we'll touch on some of the news over the course of the day. It doesn't stack. No, 15 will become 30, will become an hour. But depending on how things are going, maybe it needs to stack. Maybe it becomes an hour and 45. We'll see. We'll see what happens there, roaming. Gary's point is an excellent one. Please make sure to hit the like on this video if you haven't already. But let's talk about some of the news of the day before we, in kind of typical Paul James fashion, before we get a little bit derailed here and kind of go way off topic. So one of the big things that caught my eye today relates to the draft. Not so much this year, but next year. All of the talk about kind of tightening a few things up is now going to be happening. And I'm looking for the reporting. I think Kel Toomey was the one that reported on it earlier. Free agencies, father-sons, all of those kinds of things. And clubs getting their players for... There's a little drop for you. But no, Kel Toomey had been reporting for quite some time that there was going to be changes to the father-son in terms of the bidding process. So what he has now confirmed is the AFL's decided against introducing... I'll quickly screen share this one. There we go. Kel Toomey. You bastard, get on screen. Oh, there we go. The tech issues are happening early. There we go. The AFL's decided against a draft lockout, barring clubs from matching early bids on players. So there was a proposed idea that we might get a, top one, like pick 1 to 10 will be protected. And that was kind of some sort of plan there to kind of protect that top 10. That is not going to be the case, but the asking price now is going to go up significantly. So I'll click through. It's not opening in the same. Yeah, okay, hang on. Let's remove that one and try that again. There we go. The AFL's opted against preventing clubs matching bids at the top of the draft, but much tighter restrictions are coming for the 2026 intake, which, as Scotty alludes to, is going to impact the Cody Walker situation, where Carlton's going to have to give up a hell of a lot more to actually get him now. He says Cody Walker will be pick 1 and we'll be paying 42, 48, and 57 for him. Not anymore, my friend. As flagged on Gettable last week, the AFL's called on plans to have a restricted zone at the top of the draft inside the opening 5, 10, or first round picks that would stop clubs from being able to match bids in that area. It was reiterated on Monday that there'd be no change to the system in 2025, but there'd be a significant tightening of bidding rules in 2026 that would see a grading system in place whereby teams in different parts of the ladder would need to be in zones to match bids. Essentially, you're going to need to, trade to get a pick in the zone where you expect this player to drop so that you can actually successfully bid for that player. What's going on? I don't know. What's Flash referring to? What? What? I don't understand what's going on there. There's a link to get on tonight. Yeah, Cowman, I'll drop the link a little bit later on. We'll kind of get ourselves into a bit of a... we'll get a bit ahead of steam early first, and we'll go from there. But oh, my internet shit house, is it? I wonder why that is. It's having a bad night. Let's drop the Brownlow stream to SD. Oh, but is it okay now? Shadoo. Jared drops 2. Oh, yeah, right. Okay, now it's all connected. Right, I'm with you now. Jared takes us to $21 for the night. Much better now. Okay, good. Glad to hear it. So yeah, I froze for like 5 seconds. Was bad quality. Oh yeah, okay, maybe. Oh, what I will note, Ben is providing me some updated graphics over the course of the night. So for example, hang on, let me get Jared's comment out of the way, or his super chat out of the way. Ben is popping in over the course of the night and dropping little graphics in for me. He's updating and doing them that way. He's just sent me a text saying, I've left the studio. It may have been affecting the quality of the stream. Ben's concerned that he might have actually messed that one up. And look, it probably was Ben, because he's a pretty shit bloke. But I'll get him to keep doing it the way he was anyway, because I don't want to go chasing things. Ben, you're probably hearing me. There's the text message. I'm not sending you a text anymore. Just keep dropping the graphics in the same way. It's easier for me than to have to go chasing them. So, but yes, we're getting a Geelong Cats specific vote ladder over the course of the night. So Ben's working on that one. He's also, I'm in the background, just uploaded round 0 graphic. Yep. Oh shit. Shadoo's just taken us to $41. So we've almost guaranteed an extra 15 minutes of this stream already. I'll keep updating my graphic. We're about to tick over 50 though. 44. 15 from Thomas. Was that 15? Or was it? Yeah, 15 from Thomas. $1 from Thomas puts it to 16. 3 from Thomas puts it to 19. Then we've got 21 with Jared's in there. And 20 in there from Shadoo makes it 41. But either way, I think probably one more super chat puts us over for the extra 15 minutes, and then we'll start going from there. The Ninja Turtle shirt will be next. But continue on with the draft stuff before we really switch into Brownlow mode, because now that's 4 minutes away. The league's adamant it won't be making adjustments to its bidding system for the next year, with clubs set to have varying degrees of access depending on the ladder position. Such a move would add another complex layer to the draft system, but would still allow access for clubs if they are willing to trade players or give up heavy draft collateral, while also making the pool less compromised if the clubs are unable to match multiple early bids. The 10% points discount applies to clubs. Matching bids is also expected to be further reduced, if not wiped out altogether. So this is still a moving... Oh, and Jackie's just... So there's 43. Thank you, Jackie. Russia says if my multi gets up, you'll be pulling an all-nighter. Now, I did see actually in the Discord that you tank for Walker. There we go. So let me double check, because Horatio mentioned what the multi was on Discord, and I've got to see if I can find it, because there's been a fair few comments since I asked. I can't find... Oh, gee. Okay, there's our 15 minutes, and that's 43. So there's our $50 on the dot. Time to update the graphic. Trying to get it as exact as I possibly can. Download. Done. Holy shit, we haven't even started the Brownlow. I need to drink more. Ben has also suggested that maybe whenever someone donates 30 or higher, that's guaranteed I finish my drink. And if I'm right at the end, I start a new one. Well, we'll see what happens, Ben. Small incrementals. We're at a nice round $50 at the moment, which does make it a little bit easier. They remove that. Let's download the most recent version. There we go. We're at $50. We've got an extra 15 minutes. All right. Oh, Patty and Marty. To that point, Flash. Oh, hang on. Right. I'm not working tomorrow, Thomas. It's school holidays. This is my time of the year. Usually I'm rat shit already because I'd have this thing called the teachers' games. It's basically just to piss up and play sport with random teachers from around the state. Not doing that these days. But the beers would always be flowing. Ben has said though, and I might have to extend this thermometer if need be. If Paul makes $500 tonight, then I'm painting whiskers on my face for grand final day. Holy shit. And Horatio says, Newcomb and Andy Brayshaw top 10, Josh Dacos top 20, 27.5K. Holy shit. That is nuts. They're not ridiculous odds. Apparently it is. How much did Horatio, how much did you lay down on that though? What have we got here? Thomas asks, am I going to the game? I'm not. I'm making the family call. Unless something significantly changes. My wife tried to go, oh, look, you should go to the game. Like, you can only get to go once. I'm like, actually, no, babe. I've gone to all but 2009 and 20. So, oh, the Armor Guard people are up the top. All theatric, of course. They've already done it. He put 20K on it. Thanks, Scotty. Also, shout out to any of my students who inevitably see this video of me getting rat shit on a stream. I'm leading by example. You wait until you see the footage that'll come out from this year's valedictory dinner. And if anyone has any doubts about what's going to go on, what goes on, I might just upload a video for you. I'm gonna find that video now. I'm gonna preempt this. Yeah, there it is. Let's talk Buku. Buku Kamas. Is he coming to the Dogs? This is a good incentive for Ben. Ben might slip 100 in there himself just to make sure this happens. If we get to 400, Ben has to make me a mod, and we'll have a Ben Appreciation Week next week. Sorry, Scotty. I don't have my connection there anymore. I did have a link to Nick Austin. He told me plenty. But I can't talk publicly about why I don't have that link anymore. Again, shout out to anyone at my school who hears me here has his glasses on. Come on, mate. He's sitting there with the glasses on. Fucking wanker. Oh, the place is fucked. Yeah, Scotty, you're 100% right there. My Brownlow stream just started buffering. There we go. Oh, the glasses are absolutely filth, Shadu. They're awful. But it's funny. Don't we all? Oh, welcome, Big Eags. Keen to have you on board and glad to hear from you from the first time as well. Look, hoping this is the first of many interactions that we have over the weeks, months, and years to come. Thank you to everyone who's tuning in tonight, who interacts over the course of the night, who shares their thoughts. And I'm still copying some buffering in the stream here. It's not great. My connection is clearly a little bit dog shit tonight. Andrew Dillon is the most disingenuous bloke I think I've ever seen. Like you just can tell he's talking out of both sides of his mouth at the same time. Ben asked, do I have silly glasses to wear? I don't. This just isn't SD. Yeah. He's so boring. You're 100% right. But I think he's also just, he's pretty disingenuous. I don't reckon he's, like, he obviously makes these big statements about some social issues, and they're important social issues to discuss. But it always feels like he's saying what he has to say, as opposed to speaking from what he genuinely feels, whether he agrees with the point or not. Cats. Yeah, we're playing the grand final. Woo! Oh my god, this stream. Does KO stream it? Or is it all Channel 7? Because their stream is dog shit. They'll be getting slammed, to be fair. They'll be getting completely slammed right now. KO doesn't stream it. I might just stream it from my phone and then do that off Wi-Fi just to take the heat off a little bit. Oh no, Nikki Takeo's cramping in the first game. All right, I'm closing it on my computer screen because it's just a little bit rubbish. Is it on the AFL app? Scotty asks. I don't think so. I think it's all, I think Channel 7's locked it down exclusively. That's fine. I'm watching it on the 7 Plus app. So, nearly down with that first one. Roaming says the videos are going at the moment. They are. Thank you to everyone who's been tuning into the, whether it's the live streams, whether it's been the pre-recorded videos, whatever. It's been absolutely fantastic lately. So thank you to every single one of you who have been tuning in, sharing their thoughts on all the different conversational videos, being a part of the live streams, etc., etc. The numbers have been fantastic, but the engagement's been even better. So thank you to every single one of you who's commented. Thank you to the couple pricks that clearly aren't fans of the Hoops crew who found me and started drawing comparisons between me and Andrew Gaff. My hair's been cut since then, so stick it up your ass. Ben, can you also, I assume you're still watching along. I've got the video for Tom Stewart for tomorrow on the back end. If you're able to take a minute or two and quickly stick the thumbnail on it and schedule it for when you want it to go live, that would be fantastic. Bailey Smith with his first votes of the night is on 3. Come, Ben, give me the round 1 graphic already. Hurry up. Work harder. You're not very good at this. I need a new graphic. Look, this shit's out of date already. Out of date already. So Smith's on 3. We'll see how long it takes before this graphic gets updated. It would be good to have the audio now, but I need to get my AirPods. We're already into round 1 here. I'm going to... Matty Rowell with 3. We're already into round 2. Ben hasn't given me a new graphic yet. Come on. If you want the Ninja Turtle shirt, the tier is $100 there. And that might be the moment that I suit up as well. Or I get the jacket, at least get the suit jacket on. And we'll stick with it for the rest of the night from that point. Oh, the Saints, that's right. They beat us in round 2. He did hit the red carpet. Is Ben trying to link me to the Brownlow tracker because he can't keep up? We'll keep the vote tracker on screen, so we can keep tabs on it that way as well. Live. Where? Brown tracker. There we go. Our clubhouse leader right now, Finn Callahan. Our man Marshall. Russia getting excited for Nuke. He's got to be the nuke, like as in nuclear bomb, though, Horatio. Paddy Cripps with 3 votes. We got an ad break. All right, so I'm just going to be alternating between this. Oh, I forgot Charlie Comet existed. I forgot North Melbourne existed. They haven't been relevant and done anything in forever. They've not done anything to earn a Brownlow vote in a long time. Don't forget, we're working towards $100. $100 is our next goal here. The Ninja Turtles shirt and the suit jacket will come out. One of my very best suit jackets. Saved it all for you. No, don't fall on the ground though. Oh, it was a joke. Oh, Paddy, right. P. Cripps, 3 votes. So the chat is now leading. The Josh Dacos thing is the big risk for your top. Was it 25? Did you say? You could split Paddy Cripps' votes from last year and would still win this year. They fly through them early on. They absolutely blitz through the Brownlow early, and then it starts to really slow down as it tightens up. So top 20, Horatio says for. Yeah, 17,500 for Geelong supporters, 17 of Geelong members, and 17.5 for Brisbane members as well. This is going to be a strange old pairing. Once we hit that $100, I'm wearing the grey track pants at the moment. I've got Ugg boots on, and then I'm going to be Ninja Turtle t-shirt and suit jacket on over the top. My wife's going to see me walk in and just wonder what fucking bets I just lost. Scotty's ready for it. I know. Well, I mean, look, let's just round off 100K. So you've got 17.5 Geelong, 17.5 Brisbane. So there's 35. You've got the MCC with another. What's that? What is the capacity of the MCC? The MCC, it's 23,000. So there's 58. You got roughly 42,000 that is then distributed around those who just buy their tickets, the general admin that buy the tickets, and then, of course, the corporates. It's not good enough. I could deal with 30 left over for AFL members is 25K Jackie highlights as well. Romy says, can we agree on $400 for me to get mod and Ben Appreciation Week next week? Say yes or no, Ben. Ben, if you're watching, it's Roaming's request. Do you mean mod status on YouTube? Tezelenko's already brought out the Baz with glasses. Scotty says, bring back the good old days of the 1970 grand final. 121K, Horatio says. That's a big number. Here we go, round 3. We might have seen the first and last Bombers win for the season. Oh, yeah, I remember that GWS and Hawthorn game. That win was horrific. There we go. Ben says roaming can be a mod if we get $400 tonight. Make of that what you will, everyone. Tom DeConing with his first 3 votes of the night. Shame he's going to be leaving, Scotty. Oh, all the votes in a 9-point win. Get fucked, Brisbane. And umpires. Zorko, 3 votes spew. If Sam Walsh doesn't get 3 votes against West Coast Eagles, I'm going to bed. Oh, jeez, I love seeing Danger highlights. I absolutely love watching Paddy Dangerfield highlights. He is just such a beast. It's a lot of, like, I wasn't expecting Chad Warner to come out the blocks like that, especially how shit Sydney was in 2025. And they started the season poorly, didn't they? After 2 games, Sydney hadn't won any of them. After 3 games, Sydney had won one of them. After round 3, which we just covered, Sydney had won one of them. 1 out of 3 to begin the season. And yet he's got 7 votes. Like, it's wild, like how comfortably Chad Warner attracts votes. And note from the predictor, they didn't pick him to get votes in round 1, opening round, or round 1. And yet he's banked 7 from his first 3 games. Danger with his first 3 of the night. Liberatoria carried Footscray when Bont was out. He did, and did it incredibly well. Ben, I'm expecting a new graphic. Come on. Come on. We're into round 4, mate. Thomas feels like Baslow is off. I told Ben to put together another backup thumbnail in case this doesn't work out. Oh, gather round. Cats. Chezza on the right foot. Don't call Horatio. Just cool your jets, mate. A bit of patience. It's only round 4. But also Matty Rowell. Hot start. He got 3 in a game where he was predicted to get nothing. Oh, a little bit of Lenny Kravitz too. That's good shit. Yeah, 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 yeah. Jezza. Baz. Baz. Come on, get him to pop. Baz will slot up here alongside Dacos and Libber in a sec. Just waiting for Baz to pop. Maybe they do it all at the end of the round. Zorko. And Matty Rowell on 12. Scotty's gone. He's done. Oh, Paddy. Paddy. Matty Rowell, you're a jet. You're an absolute monster. And the umpires love you. I still remember those first 4 games of, what year was it? Before he busted his shoulder. His debut year. He came out the blocks. Debut season, his first 4 games of his career, and he's a mile in front in the Brownlow, and then Joel Selwood busted his shoulder. We do hate Dane Zorko. It's true. That's a commanding start from Matty Rowell. You know, to have even 12 in your pocket at this point. I assume we're not going to get a Cripps and Dacos 2024 style year again. So if that's the case, like Matty Rowell. Ooh. While we're between rounds, don't forget, working towards $100 for the Ninja Turtle shirt and the suit jacket. So feel free to use that super chat functionality. And thank you to those who've already pledged the $50 that we've hit so far. We're going 15 minutes post the Brownlow. Or post when I probably would have naturally finished up. Shadu says, are the scores under the boxes? The scores under the boxes. Yes, they are the predicted scores. That's the predicted. That's what they're expected to get, according to afl.com.au. So you can kind of see that. So then if we take a look at Bailey Smith, they didn't predict anything for Bailey? I don't quite understand why. We've got some haves and have-nots here. Finn Callahan has it. Bailey Smith doesn't. Let's refresh that. There we go. So he's polled 3 in the games where he's expected to poll 3, but nothing outside of that yet. Ben says graphic is waiting. Oh, here we go. The only one I've got is his round 0, and I assume that's not the same graphic. Yeah. Ben, you're saying graphic waiting. This is the graphic. This is the only one I've got. Pop into the... Oh, hang on. Has he put it on the... Fucking Ben. Ben. I told you to drop it in. Just jump into the stream and do it. Wherever you put it. Your bell end. Content. Where is he going to put it? Where have you put it in our specials? No. Watch party. I don't know where you've uploaded your graphics, Ben. Ben, where in the Google Drive? We've got a lot of folders in the Google Drive. Did you put it in the Paul James show? Hang on. So finals week 4. There we go. All right, we've got Ben's graphic now. Here we are. Update. Boom. There's your Geelong Cats updated Brownlow standings. Bailey Smith sitting on 6. Danger with 5. DeConing with 2. Grime Myers with 2. And Jeremy Cameron with the 1. Horatio, is that the one with one of my students is actually in that ad? One of my current year 12s. Lila, you won't be watching, but you're an absolute rock star. She's in that ad. She's an absolute star. She's one of the two main people in the ad outside of Taylor Harris. If we're talking about the same ad, which I think we are. Need to clear some of these tabs. Oh, the umpires have been announced for the weekend, according to Ben. We've got. Why is this not working? He's just trying to link to Tom. Oh, there we go. Andrew Stevens, debut grand final emergency the last 2 years. Hayden Meyer, second grand final. Jacob Mollison, second grand final. Simon Meredith, 10th grand final. An emergency is Nick Foote. Matt Stevic misses his first grand final since 2013. And the umpire who didn't pay the Jamie Elliott free kick also misses out. Tom Morris not reporting on the name there. Clever. Need to clear some tabs. There we go. Yeah, we need to change our thumbnails, Thomas. Danger low. Dacos and Rowell now leading the Brownlow medal count. Is my stream okay? Yeah, I'm watching it off my mobile, and like that's not connected to my Wi-Fi now. And it's just flicked back up to HD, but like it just seems like Channel 7, like the 7 Plus app, is under siege at the moment. And so it is just like the quality's dropping at points. So I didn't get the loading ring, but it dropped to very low resolution. It was very hard to see. Bailey Smith with the 1 against Hawthorn. Was he predicted to get any? He was predicted to get 2. I thought you were going to bed, Scotty. Oh, the Carlton loss. Oh, where's Josh Dacos for Horatio? Come on. Scotty, it's my grand final. Dane Zorko. Ooh, Matty Rowell. He's on 15. And they didn't predict him to get any votes. I'm going to have a quick look at round 6 because he's just crushing it. Matty Rowell's going to win the Brownlow. I know it's only round 6, but I'm calling it now. Was that round 6? No, round 7. Round 7. Player stats, disposals. You'll be somewhere near the top. Matty Rowell. Oh my God, that is criminal. Matty Rowell had a stinker. He had 16 disposals. 16 disposals and a goal. Got it. Where are we? Sorry, I've just lost him. I just scrolled away and lost him. You got 8 tackles. That's impressive. His defensive pressure was good. 5 clearances, 1 goal assist. He had a shit game. He had a really shit game and got the 3 votes for it. Matty Rowell's going to win the Brownlow. Calling it now. Tony Modra. Eating that grass has paid off, says Thomas. Oh, Refused TM says, can you please say hello to Anthony and tell him eSafety Online is really important? Hi, Anthony. Paul here. And I just wanted to speak to you today about eSafety and why it's really important. I work with children all the time, and there's lots of creepy fucks on the internet. And what you should be aware of is just the I need to turn off the Brownlow here. The incredible importance of eSafety. We need to look after these kids. These kids. We need to look after them. Has anybody thought of the children? Thanks. Thanks, good food friends. eSafety is really important. Was my thing coming off as creepy? Is that what you're referring to, Jackie? Because I just... I hope you weren't talking about me. you were talking about me. Sorry. I was just having a bit of fun with it. Noah Anderson goal of the year. That's fucking wild. Also, so sorry, that from Refused TM, that puts us at $60 for the night. I should get a sticky note and just keep track of this. Sticky note. Pen. 60. Roaming says it was run of the year. Amy says Jez has done so many better goals than that. Absolutely. Ben's giving me a new graphic. Here's our Geelong Brownlow count. The only one that counts. The only one that matters. Don't worry, Roaming. That's... Oh, yeah, the pen didn't work very well. That was meant to be a dollar sign. There we go. $60. On these little tiny, tiny little fucking sticky notes. Russia says it's just me, or was Murphy Reed's goal in the last round against Footscray? But there was many goals better than that one from Noah Anderson. Maybe they knew they were screwing him with the Brownlow votes, so they decided to toss him the goal of the year instead. Mark Pitney Torpedy. That was a wild goal. That was awesome. Brendan's popped in. I think for the first time tonight, unless I've missed you before this, Max Holmes' running goal was better. There's so many goals that were better. And we don't even, that's not even counting... it's fine now because we won. You know, that's not even counting Nick Watson's goal. It's not even eligible. It was better than that. Romy says the Legends game had better goals than that. That's true. Dave Hughes probably kicked one better than that before he died. All right, mark of the year time. Buku, future Carlton player. Oh, that one from Zach Banch is good. I haven't seen that before. Oh, it's brave, though. I don't know if it's the best mark of the year. I mean, Jamie Elliott's from the other day was better, but... So far, I'm with Zach Banch of those that have actually made it to the top 3. This kid I've never heard of before. Never heard the name. Oh, bullshit. Absolute bullshit. He didn't even hold it and bobbled out. Get fucked. Oh, that's... This is why. And we're all fans of a football club here. Some of us support good clubs, like most of you. Some people like Scotty support shit football clubs. But we all support football clubs, and so there's a bit of bias involved. And as such, fans shouldn't vote for the mark or goal of the year. You just don't know what you're talking about. We don't know what we're talking about. We are too biased. Get a neutral group together, do it all Australian panel style, which they obviously don't get right 100% either. But you're at least going to have some pretty rigorous conversation from people who genuinely... Scotty. You can at least have some genuinely rigorous conversation from people who genuinely know football. Ben, we know the good pizza recommendation. They're called Shannon Pizza. And we'll take this opportunity really briefly while we're leaning into sponsorships, because I may not do it for the rest of the night and I might have a few more beers and things are going to get a little bit wild. Start getting your flower emojis, please, because it's time for a word from our sponsor.
The Hoops Crew Media Network is proudly sponsored by Cyril Cook Florist. Visit them at shop 1211 Leather Street in Breakwater. Phone them on 035 222 2244 or visit their website at www.cyrilcookflorist.com.au and use the offer code GOCATS in the voucher field at checkout to get 20% off your next online purchase.
Thanks, Cyril Cook Florist, as always, for your ongoing support of the Hoops Crew and all we get up to. Have a beer. And shout out to Shannon Pizza as well. Quick durry break for Horatio. Casting's still not working. What we'll do, so in relation to the question before about opening up the stream for people popping in, we might do that post-stream. We're going to be going, well, at the moment we're at least 15 minutes, but as this continues to blow out, I'm sure it's going to continue to grow as the super chats. Ooh. It is James Squire. It's 150 lashes. Honestly, I just wasn't looking to pay the premium for Bolter tonight. I got a 6-pack of 150 lashes for less than it would have cost to get a 4-pack of Bolter XPA. Quantity over quality this time. I mean, I'm a very big fan of 150 lashes. Hey, new sponsor, James Squire, 150 lashes. Go get it. It's a lie. They're not our sponsor. More ads than retirees tribute. Are we talking about? Sorry, best young player. We've already got that. That's Sean Manor. Less beer, more graphics. Oh, does that mean Ben's uploaded something again? I've already used your round 7 graphic. Get fucked. There we go. And if you've uploaded another one, I'm not looking at it. It's not in there. Why don't... Hang on, Jackie. Why don't we like James Squire? Am I missing something? It's smooth. I'm getting a bit close to the camera again. Am I still being creepy? Oh, you work for Better Beer. I mean, I didn't realize that. That's cool. New sponsor of the Hoops Crew? Ben, get talking to Jackie. I had no idea about this. I really like Better Beer. Jackie says, I hate beer. Drink what you want. Goes to show that even though you sell it, you don't always need to be a proponent of it. Let me get rid of some of my graphics here. I'm a little bit behind. There we go. All right. And the thermometer is there. We're at $60 now. I'll update it. It's been a little while since we've done an update here. I might put a text box in the middle there with the up-to-date number. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. 60. I'm sure it's not 60 on the dot. I can't remember now, but I'm rounding off to 60 for the sake of this. There we go. We're at $60. We'll download that. We'll save that. Boom, boom, boom. We'll remove from the studio. We'll get a new image. Boom. Bob's your uncle. We're at $60. Oh, Thomas has stopped. You asshole. Making my graphic out of date straight away. Ben says, we would like to announce future sponsorship with Better Beer. Bailey's odds are blown out to $21. Yeah, no, he's not tracking. I mean, look, to be fair, he's only tracking one vote behind what he was predicted to get. I'm just trying to find. Where's my tab? He's only one vote behind what he was expected to be on this. Oh, no, sorry, he's not anymore. No, he's level because he got one back in round 7. Thomas's. So we're at $64. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep updating the graphic on the back end. And then I'll post it when we... So Thomas has gone bang with one, bang with another, and another, and another. Oh, no, they don't. They're on $64. It is a good type of chat spam. There's far worse ways to spam a chat. So we're on $64. Ben, odd amounts don't make it harder for Paul to add numbers. Beers do. Oh, $65. Thomas has dropped another one. Thank you. Oh, the dining room experience. Hang on. I better add that in there. $67. We are working our way towards the Ninja Turtle shirt now. An hour into the stream, we are on our way to a Ninja Turtle shirt. I'll even just scroll the graphics a little bit. There we go. That feels like it's about proportionate. All right. So, we're about to... Oh, and then Thomas dropped another one. $68. Hang on. We're one short of the magical number. Thomas, this is where I need you now. Now I'm requesting you. But the dining room experience. So I spoke about it a little bit when I popped into Postgame Live. The dining room 6 and 7. So the dining room experience was like the food was fantastic. Oh my God. Now Scotty's talking about Silk Song. Praise Jeff Keighley. It's impossible for me to do a deathless playthrough of Silk Song. I also haven't... You shot past 69. You've added $8. Oh, we're on 76. Come on. Oh, my num locks off. There we go. So hang on, I'm not going to. So the dining room experience, it really 67 is no, it's 6 or 7, 6 or 7. And it's fucking dumb. And I know that like the kids of today, the youth of today, are going to stop doing it soon because now us old bastards, we've learnt about it. So that ruins the fun for them. So don't worry, no one will be doing 6 or 7s anymore. And it's not like the old British, all 6s and 7s, like that sort of confusion. No, there's just like 6 or 7. It's fucking dumb. Skibbity, get fucked. All right, so Baz has taken off the glasses. He's serious now. He's chasing Brownlow votes now. So the experience of the dining room. I'm gonna pin that one again so I don't forget it. The experience of the dining room. The glass is super thick. The noise was really dulled significantly. Like the food was really good. I got myself a Scotch fillet, got some chips. Very, very happy with what I ate. The serving experience, it was very much like when you're going to Lux or Gold Class, where they're going, oh, and do you want to order for half time and that sort of thing? Now, I'm with my dad and a few of his mates. So they're all old bastards. They're going, oh, we'll get a cheese platter at halftime. Like, get fucked. But we got a cheese platter, and I ate a lot of cheese. Matt Rowell, still on 15. So yeah, there's kind of that movie, like that Lux or Gold Class style thing where they'll deliver food to you at halftime or whatever. They wanted you to get your orders in really early to make sure that you didn't, that you weren't sitting there eating when the game was due to start, or as they framed it, the ceremony, which was obviously them referring to Uncle Colin and the National Assembly, the national anthem and all those sorts of things. Scotty, I didn't pay for anything. I did not pay for a single cent. My dad and his group of mates covered me. So, but like the food quality was really good, but the actual experience of watching the football, I'm not wild about it. Like I would choose to go and sit in the plebs. Sorry, I know that's going to upset people. I would choose to just sit out. Like I couldn't, because the seats were inside. Like, and I don't mean dining table. Like we weren't sitting at a dining table trying to look over your shoulder to watch the game. There are like rows of seats, and they are better quality seats. They're better quality seats than like the typical ones. Like there was cushioning in there. My ass felt nice sitting on it. But Bailey Smith's on 10 now. And Danger got another 3. I think you need to get 11 to get more votes than any player of all time. So he's getting pretty close to that. I mean, Danger, by the way. But yeah, I would sit outside. That's just not the experience for me. I need the noise. And it was really entertaining. I had this guy sitting on the front row on the other side or the back row, I guess, on the other side of the glass, closest to where we were. And he was with a bunch of Hawthorn mates. He was a Hawthorn supporter. He was with a bunch of Hawthorn mates. Matty Rowell again. He's sitting on 18. This is going to be a Paddy Cripps style figure at this point. And they were getting really loud. They were being really obnoxious. They were being fucking annoying. But I couldn't really hear them. All I could see was him going, I'm flipping people off and getting really upset for Bailey Smith and all those sorts of things. And then... by the way, $24 is what it takes now to get the Ninja Turtle shirt on and the suit jacket. Don't make me put the jacket on after the Brownlow's done, please, people. So then this Geelong supporter on the next level up, and it was kind of like this was kind of level 2. Now, if anyone's done level 2 and level 3, they're kind of very, very similar. Like you can kind of you could jump from level 3 to 2 and probably be okay as long as you didn't fuck up the jump. And I don't mean because it's a long jump, but like if you just, I don't know, tripped as you were going over the edge, you might fall down the gap and fucking splat. But you could jump across quite easily. Well, there's this Geelong supporter there. It's just starting to like, hey, what? I didn't hear. As the Cats are, taking the lead and they're just starting to really push on. And it's fucking infuriating this Hawthorn supporter and his mates to the point where they had been abusive and heckling and antagonistic and just typical Hawthorn supporting filth. And they had the gall to start calling for security and MCC staff to come over and get rid of the bloke who was just going, "Hey, I can't hear. Where did all the noise go?" Really good fun. Really, really enjoyed the banter. All right, let's take a look at our. What do we got going on here? Oh, it's our retirees, and we're giving them a song on the way out. Oh, we're getting a bit of Matchbox 20. Moving like a half a mile an hour and anyway, I'm not going to start singing how far we've come right now. I've done that drunken far too often. Will I believe it all? It's coming to an end. Oh, hang on, we got a new graphic. Thank you, Ben. How far we've come. Let's see how far we've come. Anyway, did I close the tab? No, there it is. He's giving me a round 9 graphic. What is going on here? Jackie says, "What a bunch of Karens." Nick Dacos wins Brownlow tonight. I will celebrate at the main course, West Melbourne. Good for you. No, we've already got stakes for $200. Get that shit out of here. We got the promised Ninja Turtles game stream locked in. Ben and I are going to start putting our heads together and working out what the graphics pack needs to look like to get some streaming, like some game streaming going. And that's one of our upcoming projects. Now, I've downloaded. Now I just need to upload Ben's score check. I don't have any caviar. I'm not a caviar person. Oh, he's moved it. What is this shit? Ben, I can't have 2 overlays at the same time. So just stick it on the left. The biggest song of 2006 is being played here in 2025. Will Sam Doherty be giving a speech? I think that would be awesome if that's the case. The Cowman says Rowell must have locked this up at this point. Predictor has his second half of the season as being way more prolific. So Paul Basic, what? Max isn't stealing votes. Max isn't getting any votes. He's getting screwed. All right, bring up the thermometer. I better put the updated one. We've done we've made progress since last we posted it. We are now sitting on $76 for the night, $24 away from the Ninja Turtles shirt and the suit jacket coming out for the first time tonight. Shadu rightly also says, if you haven't already, drop a like on this video, subscribe, and join our Discord. The community is popping off there all the time. They've been, especially at the moment, we've got this little thing called a grand final that we're working towards. The community is going nuts there at the moment, and it's been awesome. And there's been lots of chat about the AFLW and all the trade news. There's links to our videos popping up all the time. It is the one-stop shop for all things Hoops Crew, so please consider checking out our Discord. The link is right there as Shadu has posted it. And there's the thermometer, $24. And we'll get the shirt and jacket out. Hirasha says Max will start stealing votes from here. Bailey doesn't have enough of them to steal. Oh, Triple M's brought their shit Brownlow questions back. I need to listen. Oh, Shadoo's just dropped to 20. We're on $94. Wait, 94? 90, yeah, $96. $96. Thank you, Shadoo. $4 away from me having to don the shirt and and I'll happily wear the suit jacket because I'll be too fucking cold without it. So I was a bit caught up with Shadoo's $20, but Max Holmes got asked, "Are you a bit concerned with Snoop Dogg's green room being positioned too close to the to the rooms because you might have an issue with the SATA?" Horacio's 27.5 is already down the toilet, apparently. My Matt Rowell bets are going to make me bang. Oh, that's something. What was your bet around Matty Rowell? Thomas donates $3, putting us on 99. He says he, but he miscounted or misheard, I guess. We're at 96, so now that becomes $99. We are $1 away. I may as well. Oh, there's the dollar. All right. Do I even just get the rig out here? No, I'm not Luke. I'm not Lucas, and I'm not. And I teach professionally, so I'm going to do this off camera. I apologize. I don't need to give him all ammo. Oh. There we go. We're at $100. Let me update the graphic. Oh, you win a few hundred. That's all right. Hey, but what are your bets around Matty Rowell? Is it is it that he'll win the Brownlow? Is it he'll get a certain number of votes? What's the? Oh, fuck! This jacket's been sitting in the cold for too long. I need to warm it on my body. Ben says he put $10 on the Cats to win by exactly 44 points. Murphy, the rising star time. All right. I'll get the graphic done. Oh, nice that they're providing a highlight for every single one of the nominees. I think that's classy. But George Stevens, roaming's on it. Roaming saying George Stevens was robbed 110%. He got absolutely screwed. Ben, I know you've sent me a text about the guest link. What do you want to hop in for a bit? Because I won't be taking guests for a little while yet. But we'll do it soon. We're going to have some extra time afterwards. That's when I think I really want to pull as many of you in as possible and get your voices on the Brownlow, on the grand final. We're going to get to do a fair bit of this before. We got a fair bit of Hoops Crew time before we get to the grand final at this point. So. Oh, I'm going to have to break the seal in a sec. It's the most success Carlton's had in a while, Scotty. Him or Anderson to win at 6-1. All right. Boo! 5th place. Boo! What a joke. What? Harvey Langford in front of him? Dan Curtin getting way too many if it's his second or first. That was too many for Dan Curtin. He played a good second half of the year. All right. That's the Rising Star done. Connor O'Sullivan got robbed. Shadu, as was foretold. Jackie Yay Murphy. Connor should have been second. Yeah, no, I'm not going to sit here and say that Connor should have won it. I would make an argument. I think there's a reasonable argument to make that he could be first. He's been, I think, the most consistent game in, game out for the year. But Murphy Reed has been pretty fucking good as well. So, Ollie Dempsey's popping up. Do we need the $20,000 thing from Telstra? Like, he's an AFL player. He's probably if he hasn't already signed a contract extension, he's going to, and it's going to be worth several $100,000. Is $20K? Doesn't mean jack shit. Donate it. Like, Telstra should donate it to a charity of Murphy Reed's, choice, something like that. He called Freo a successful club. And look at us. We're all questioning Oisin Mullen when Murphy Reed was kicking those four against us. Yeah. Give $20K to the Paul James Show charity. Sullivan's pissed. He's going to be coming from the Norm Smith medal. Wouldn't you love it? Wouldn't you love it if Connor O'Sullivan won the Rising Star? The Norm Smith medal. But no, Danger needs to win the Norm Smith medal just to make up for the theft that occurred in 2022 at the hands of Isaac Smith. We're up to round 10. Yeah, I think Dan Curtin's a fantastic player. I won't get too carried away. Let's not forget that he's the one that I had really hoped that we would pick up in the draft when we ultimately then picked up Connor O'Sullivan. But he played a fantastic second half of the year. But that's not enough to, yeah. The Chad returns with a few votes. Was anyone expecting Andrew Brayshaw to feature this prominently? Come on, get out of here. Brian. Angus, Andrew Brayshaw. He's tracking ahead of predicted. Jeez, imagine if Tim Taranto was playing in a good team. 12 votes in a team that barely wins. Liam Ryan, 3 votes for West Coast, future St Kilda player. As predicted for that round. He's got 20 and it's not even halfway through the season. What the fuck? The Brownlow's broken. The Brownlow is broken. Umps don't love you, so Tom Atkins appreciation message. Thank you, Jackie. We all love Tom Atkins. Absolute rock star. That celebration from Shannon Neal. Love it. Absolutely love it. Noah Anderson has 2 votes. He was one of the favorites. What's happened? I've got to scroll so far down, it's not even funny. Where is he? Noah Anderson. He's predicted to get 3, got none. Predicted to get 2, got 1. None. 1. None. 1. Awesome back end of the season, but so this should be where, in theory, Noah Anderson gets his first 3. Or at least some votes. Oh, by the way, Tommy Atkins. There he is. Wasn't predicted to get any all year. He wasn't predicted to be in the votes, Shadu. Jay loves that Shannon Neal celebration. It's because most of those blokes aren't going to be at the Essendon Football Club in a week from now. Jordan Dawson's just creeping up. Within reach, I'll say. Oh yeah, he would be looking real awkward. Not welcome there, mate. You're on the outs. There's Noah Anderson with his 3. Here he comes. Here he comes from just a lazy 15 votes behind. Zach, which one? The Hawthorn table or? Ben will inevitably send me. Oh, he sent me the round 11. There we go. I don't even have to look at his text. Ben, I've seen your text. Don't worry about it. Sorry, I've seen the graphic. It's there on the back end. It's good shit. Delete. Boom. Add. Oh, he's put it in the right corner again. There we go. Bailey Smith on 13. Danger on field on 8. Jeremy Cameron 6. Brian Myers and Max Holmes 4 apiece. And now we're getting an ad for... Oh, rookie. If we're going to take ad breaks, we should just use this as an opportunity to get Cyril Cook back in there again. The Cowman says, Rowell is great, but genuinely I don't understand how he's ended up with this many votes. Neither do I. He's had an exceptional season. Absolutely would be a top 5, but I can't quite fathom Like the 3 here when he was in round 4 when he was predicted to get nothing. The 3 in round 1 he's predicted to get 1. 3. Like it's a pretty, like he's already got 3, 6, 9, 11 votes more than he was expected to get. Now, we're going to, because I've been drinking beer, I'm about to have my 4th now. 4th? I need to empty the tank. So I'm gonna quickly duck off and have a piss and then come straight back. So let's do that. Why are you donating, Thomas, while I'm taking a piss? Oh, did I miss an minute? Oh, it's the Borderlands 4 ad. Don't tell me I missed an amazing ad. We're not talking about the Borderlands ad, right? No, I cleared that shit out beforehand. Oh, dang, Goran just popped up. Borderlands 4 is pretty good, unless you're playing it on PC, Scotty. We'll add an extra layer to our to the outfit. It'll help keep me warm a bit. Would you, like, this was gifted to me by a Hawthorn supporter. As shocking as that might be. A Hawthorn supporter gave me this. And it's a really fucking good scarf. Turns out not all of them are bad. Just most of them. Test for toxins. This actually came, so this was actually from, and she ended up becoming a colleague. This was from, it's one of those weird things, right? So at my old school that I taught at in Melton South, I had a student teacher, Elise. She was absolutely fucking fantastic. And Ben, yeah, you can jam that up your ass. I saw that before I dropped the bomb there. She was a wonderful student teacher. She gave me this at the end of her rounds. And then when she got a full-time gig, but I'd already moved on to my new school, which is currently Gisborne. And she just so happened to get a job there. Like, she applied in a pile and she'd put me down as a referee. And the panel's gone, Paul, you know, this student teacher, she's applying for performing arts. I'm like, can't you tell I'm a dance teacher? But she was there she's maths. It was a strange pairing, maths and performing arts, dance and drama. But she gave me this as kind of like a thank you gift, for being a mentor teacher during her teaching rounds. So that's the origins behind it, but it's a very good scarf and it's been very, very good to me, and go Cats. Anyway, Kiri's popped in for the first time for the night. Oh, where is he gone? There he is. Luke's is doing his own stream. Know your place, Lucas. I'm going to jump in. I'm going to hijack his stream. What's it? The Geelong Zone. Is he still going? Live? I did a prelims preview a couple of hours ago. Know your place, Lucas. You don't take on the king. King James is the reference I'm making here. And come out on top. Future cat Matt Rowell. Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that just be fucking unreal? People would lose their minds. but that would be unreal. All right, let's quickly bring up the... we've donated since, haven't we? I need to check for when the Tom Atkins appreciation post was after. Scrolling back through the chat. Thomas pushed us. So there was the two. Shadoo's 20. Thomas is $2.99. Then he's 99 cents. So then since then, that got us to the 100. So then we've got $2 from Jackie, $1 from Thomas, another $4 from Thomas. We're at 107. We're now working towards 200, where we get the Ninja Turtles game stream. We'll do that for like 2 hours. Oh, the Jim Steins medal. All right, who we got? You were just 20 off, Thomas. We just had someone join the Discord. Welcome to the Discord, Liam. Oh, Harris Andrews, the recipient. On field, let's set aside what does or doesn't happen this weekend for a second. On field, Harris Andrews shits me to tears. He's just a bit of a fuckwit. But I'm thrilled to see that he's doing some real genuine good. Everyone who's part of the Discord, get in there and give Liam a bit of love who's just joined. Presumably Liam is watching us live right now. Get behind Liam and welcome to the community. Careful before we lose all our income. Oh, shit. Fantastic player, but he's a bit of a dick. He just, like I've said, and to be fair, I would say it's been 2 years since I've seen this sort of really antagonistic, shitty behavior that I didn't like. So he might have just kind of cleared it from his game, and I'm just kind of unfairly hanging it on him. Because clearly off field he's doing some great things, and I'm not going to question that. So. Oh, see, no, okay. Shadoo says the stream's fucking out for you now. I'm seeing the little pings here on my end that shows them nice full bars. So, girls and what? Lol roaming. Just looked girls and nudity. What? I don't understand. Baller's full bar. Lift the desk a few inches. Whole 2 inches. He's got the chuckle out of it. Oh, so he's been doing this stuff for domestic violence, right? So, because I saw him in the ads that got played during the Geelong and actually I saw him during the Geelong and Hawthorn, but I saw him in the Geelong and Brisbane game. Who? Sorry. Oh, Lucas's next stream allegedly has girls and nudity. All right, Lucas. Yeah, no, I mean that. Like my level of respect for Harris Andrews is just skyrocketed with what he's trying to achieve here. So, and is Lockie Neal going to play Harris? My respect for Harris Andrews and Coach Lucas is skyrocketed. Harris Andrews like Gary Rowan. How? Maybe I'm missing something about Gary. Was he also doing like a bunch of work around domestic violence? Oh, you hate him when he's wearing opposition colours. Okay, yeah, fair. He does have future CEO energy. The dogs are going off. We got some chickens recently. Their coop is just on the outside of the shed here. And of course, they're chickens. There's no roosters, so they're not noisy, but they just made a little bit of noise then. It's upset the dogs. Thomas says, "You're not the Hoops CEO. I run this show." That caddy goal was better than goal of the year. Oh, that Josh Rochelle assist. I remember that. That was wild. He deleted it, Clint. Lucas didn't want to risk copyright strikes. There's no risk. If there's nudity, he's done. There's no risk. The whole thing's gone. What's your official title, Ben? Hoops Cruise 5 IC. There's 5 of us. You're 5th in charge. Streamer 101. Don't get the nudes going. If you're on Twitch, don't get the nips out, even if you're a dude. Like, just don't do anything. YouTube, you can safely get the nips out, as we've seen over the years. Clint says, sounds like a stream I'd enjoy. Luke's streamer credentials are under pressure. Andy Brayshaw just lingering around. Tim Taranto. Yeah, see, Brayshaw was just like, he would have to have get a lot of votes in the second half of the year that he was not expecting to win. But he's also tracking a bit like Matty Rowell. He's getting votes where you wouldn't expect it. Without Paul, there's no Hoops Crew. Thank you. Paul is Hoops Crew. Think Paul, think Hoops. This is going to really upset Ben. Good boundary line mark. I keep thinking Paul's dogs are at the Brownlow. They might be. All right, so reminder for everyone. So the next goal that we are working towards is $150. If we do that, the 15 minutes post stream becomes 30 minutes. We then get to 200. We're talking about a dedicated Ninja Turtles game stream where I will pull people in via to kind of talk post game lifestyle as we're doing it, which will probably end badly for me. I'll probably lose a whole lot, probably fail a whole lot in the Ninja Turtles game stream the second I start looping other people into it. But who cares? That's part of the fun, right? So keep that one in mind as we move through the Brownlow tonight. That we've got these goals here that we're looking to hit as well. We're sitting at $107 as things stand. And also, as we said before, any $30+ donation. And this beer is fairly full at the moment. I delete it. Hey, leave the chickens. Oh, Mackie Holmes in the votes. Baz is equal third. Not out of it is Baz. He's come racing back in. Matty Rowell with this quiet block, of course, is about to light it up. But how good was that? The hamstring. Shit. Like Baz he's got votes in his future. The predicted is he's going to get 9, 10, 12, 13, 15 on top of his 16 currently. Like he could end on 31 if they are right. It's just that Matty Rowell is, based on how things are at, 21, 24, 27, 29, 32, 34, 36, 38. We need Noah Anderson to start stealing votes. Scotty says, I'll be taking it deadly serious when I toss the coin in 2026's elimination final. None of these pranks and tomfoolery. Did people go, when Josh Dacos got votes? That's fine. Horatio loves it. We love it on behalf of Horatio. 27,500. We're fighting for it. Max Gorn, just buzzing around the top there. Hasn't been predicted to get a vote all night. He's got 15 of them. Surely that. Hang on, let me just refresh that and bring it back. There he is. Maxie Holmes in the votes. Baz. Hang on, he wasn't expected to get votes. Baz. Here we go. How many beers can you drink, Paul, without getting drunk? I don't know. It probably depends on like lashes are pretty gentle. Like they're 1.1. That's not a lot. It's pretty easy. I've got a dozen. The other 6 are in the fridge. I'd have to go get them if we get there. But this is number 4. Remember, $30+ donations, and I delete the rest of this drink and then start on the next. Or I have, I'm halfway, so I'll have half and then a half of the next one. So it does depend on the alcohol content. I wouldn't say I'm a lightweight. Cowman says it's basically water. It is a little bit. I just kind of felt like Squire. So usually I've been a big fan of Bolter's XPA, which is usually, I'd have to check, I think. Hang on. Bolter XPA can alcohol. I'm pretty sure it's 1.7. 1.5. I'm a big fan of the Bolter XPA. There you go. Cam has dropped it. 1.5. Tonight, I made the decision based on finances and finances alone. So, but no, like I'm usually pretty. Whoa, Sam! You went to the collect. So sorry, are you a Gisborne local, Sam? The collective's great. Thomas dropping some Bailey Smiths. Why would you even bother with a beer under 4%? I mean, that's a decent point. What is 4.2? But I mean, it's a reasonable point. I was a bit worried for a second there, but always go with the combination of what tastes all right and is on special, and that's exactly where I landed. So the 150 lashes was like two 6-packs for 38 from Coles from Liquorland, and the Bolter was 4 for 20. It was down from 23, but like 4 for 20. Like, no, I think I'll, depending on how things go with this stream, I could be, smashing drinks fairly quickly. So I made the decision to go the lashes tonight. I also haven't had 150 lashes in a while, and I really do enjoy it. So Sam, you're a Gisborne local. That's awesome. We'll have to wait. Sorry. Yeah, was it? I can't even remember what I asked now. You're a Gisborne local, was that right? We'll have to catch up at some point. That's awesome. I'm surprised we haven't bumped into one another. That I don't know what you look like, but I'm surprised you haven't bumped into me at Coles or something. I always go to Coles. I'm like daily at Coles after I finish work between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. So if you want to find me, you'll find me at Coles between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I'm not a dark beer person. I'm not a Guinness or kind of similar dark beer person at all. Thomas says, if you want to spam super chats, 100% spam the super chat function for sure, Thomas M. But Thomas, you'll be on the shit list if you keep that up. Roaming says, hate Coles. Yeah. Oh, Ben? Ben's dropped $1. Coles. We don't have a Woolworths. I don't have a Woolworths in Gisborne. Just so we're aware. I've got Coles, IGA, Aldi, and Foodworks. Holy shit, Sam, that was you? I remember that. I've referenced that plenty of times. Holy shit. That was during Geelong and Brisbane last year. Confirm for me. That was Geelong and Brisbane last year in the prelim. Obviously, it didn't work out for us very well that day, but that was Geelong. That was at halftime. I remember this exchange. That was you. I just heard hoop screw, and I turned around and I kind of couldn't really make head or ear of who it was. Fuck, that's awesome. Ah, nice. Oh, I love it. That's one of the cool. This is how confident I am of Matty Rowell winning this. We're now at $117, now just $33 away from going for half an hour post stream. Thank you, Horatio, as always. You're a legend, mate. Sam says, I'll see you around Gisborne eventually. Look, little kids means I'm kind of trapped at home a little bit more. Are you kind of, are you tied in with the footy club? Are you tied in with the cricket club? Are you tied in with the basketball clubs? Like any of the local sporting organizations around town? I won't be like, where in Gisborne do you live? I'm technically in New Gisborne, by the way. That's my MCC sort of thing coming out of me. A little bit of nose in the air. I'm in New Gisborne. I'm from New Gisborne. No, not Gisborne South, which is there's a group that I know from Gisborne South who genuinely think they are the elite from town, but really I just call them Sunbury North. Yeah, recognize it's Blues games. It's a spin out. So I've been to what? Oh, and Horacio's pushed us to 119. Next time I project the graphic, I'll update it. It's so like when I went to that, in particular, Geelong and Fremantle game at the beginning of the season, walking through the cat shop, getting recognised, getting stopped by Jake Rippon and his group there at halftime, and meeting up with a whole bunch of you as well. Like it's wild being recognised. I've dealt with it a little bit, like through my games work. When I go to things like PAX, I get recognised by game developers, which for me is like that's a really huge moment, because like these are people that I idolize as people like responsible for making the entertainment that I adore, and they recognize me for my podcasts or my writing or my YouTube or whatever it happens to be. So kind of getting Ben says getting a sore wrist from signing autographs. Yeah, sore wrist from that. Yeah, sure. Anyway, sorry, I better catch up. I went to the first PAX Oz and got to hang out with Jerry. Oh, that's cool. I've been to every year of PAX since the first one. Scotty, hang on. You've reminded me. There is an annual event that I host at PAX. It's just a gigantic piss up. It's called Co-op Drinks. I need to, as we speak, I'm creating a Facebook event for Co-op Drinks for 2025. Fuck, how do you even create an event on Facebook anymore? Jesus Christ. There we are. Start date. When's PAX this year? Scotty, tell me, when's PAX this year? PAX Oz 2025. October 10th. In person. We do it at General Assembly. Scotty, just rock up. Forget PAX then. Just roll up to General Assembly. That's obviously right by the convention center. 6 p.m. October 10th. I'm literally organizing this event as we speak. It's public. It needs to be. I'm 100% organizing a piss up as we speak. Paul sprained his finger picking up his silver caviar spoon. It's solid silver, so it's heavy. I don't even understand what you just said here, Thomas. The only way I could do that was if you had to do a lot more work, and then you would be done by yourself, so you would be fine, and I could just go home to you if I needed you, and you could just. Did you have a stroke? Are you okay? Hey, Thomas is going to PAX on Friday. I'll see you there, mate. Jesus, I might need to do a Hoops Crew community meetup at PAX. Shit. Ben, you've probably provided me a graphic lately, haven't you? Yeah, he provided me round 14. What round are we up to now? You timed him out. Oh, thank you, Shadu. Shadu Clap Thomas. This is becoming a joke. Yeah, no, kick that clown out. Na 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 na. Hey hey hey, get fucked. Oh, Matty Rowell's on 23. Jesus. There you go. There's your Cats leaderboard. My events. Past events. All right. And I'm literally organizing a piss up right now. So bear with me. Oh, not 2024, 2025. Scoops. Scoops is a fuckwit. I can't stand that prick. I say that, and I'm not sure that he's all there, but in the nicest way possible. I mean, and like I don't know that he's firing on all cylinders. I'll put it that way. Few sandwiches short of a picnic. Jordan Dawson's coming after Matty Rowell. Josh Dacos, get around him. Come on, top 20. Here he comes, Nicky Dacos. Matt Rowell. Well, we got 2 when he was expected to get 3 then. That's... Oh, he does have that game in hand, doesn't he? So how did it, like, because I look at the thing here and they go round 24. It's projected at 2 votes. There's no 2 games in round 24 here. So how does this work? Do they expect, is this like we're expecting to get 2 cumulative across those? He didn't do much in the Essendon game, did he? Bring Scoops on for post-game live next year against the Saints. Absolutely not. Ben suggested him as a behind the play guest at one point. Laughed him out of the room. Danger's on. No, he's not taught me anything. Danger. Just going to go down to Charlie and Ed's house. And if you know, you know. That's Charlie and Ed Kerno. Holy shit. He's just dropped that one in. Horatio, there is no doubt in my mind when he makes a comment like that. Holy shit. Holy shit. That's just a little bomb that he's dropped and run. Danger, you're an absolute star, mate. Oh, because the ad breaks just reminded me. Sorry, Thomas. He said that he's going to go over to Charlie and Ed's place for a bit. Charlie and Ed Kerno. That was just a nice little bomb that he dropped there and ran. Dropped the mic and took off. So that was very entertaining. Cowman says Scoops versus Bailey boxing match would be the Australian version of Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, Clash of the Titans. Would it? Scoops would last about 10 seconds. Oh, yeah, then again, so did Mike Tyson, really. I've broken the seal now. Now we've got a problem. Consider donating, people. I'll see you in a sec. Don't tell me I missed that fucking ad again. No. Holy shit. What is this ad? And I do need a piss bottle if I'm going to keep missing these rip snorting TV ads. It's the one called... Oh. So, yeah, he's going to the place that Baz likes. It's a rest and recovery place. But the other thing is that Charlie Curnow is tied in with some business, like, and admittedly with Nick Dacos as well, but is tied in with business with Bailey Smith. Like, they're all in cahoots. Donate so Paul can get a catheter for the streams. $20 for Paul to hold it until the end of the stream. About Time Bathhouse refers to a different establishment in Torquay co-owned by Ed Kerno, Charlie's brother. So what I've learned, courtesy of my wife, possums we're now starting to hit that time of the year where the possums start getting out. She's described it as possum-geddon. Like they're fucking everywhere apparently. So the dogs are going nuts. They're probably trying to have a cheeky crack at the chickens. Good times for everyone. All right. Beer. Laying their seed, Scotty. Reminder for everyone. And I think this... Oh, Jesus. I don't even know if this is up to date anymore. Yeah, no, actually, I need to update it. We're at 190. That's right. I updated on the... Hang on. We're at 119. Remove that. Image file. Let's try that again. Someone's going to donate just as I post this, and it's going to ship me to tears. Let's talk about what CO, BS, and Jamara. So hang on. CO, BS, Jamara Ugelhagen were doing in Darwin 2 weeks before opening round. Roaming media accounting, Paul's losing track. Account roaming says 119. That's all right. I got 119. Clary. Clayton Oliver. Right. Oh, fucking Thomas. 120. I'm having a good time, but fuck me, it's cold in here. This jacket's not doing a hell of a lot. It's a good thing at this point we're only going for an extra 15 minutes post stream because I'm freezing my ass off. We haven't even had a $30 donation yet to trigger another beer. Oh. Nah, mate. I'm just feeling colder. If I chuck in $5, we put that. I don't have a heater. This is refuse. This is a shed, mate. George Stevens with a vote. George Stevens with a vote. Yes, George. Oh, yes. Shut it all down. We don't need anything else. Chad Warner, putrid season, 15 votes. Tracking all right. Ooh. Oh, look, it turns out that everyone else in the room is jerking off Nick Dacos as well based on that applause. Come on, Matty Rowell. Keep that prick out of it. Noah Anderson's going to fuck this up on Matty Rowell now. After getting an awesome start, Rowell's going to come home with a wet sail. They're all going to start to notice him. What are we up to? What round are we up to? Hang on. Where's my... Oh. Hey, Jackie with $2 for George, but no rising star nom. Right. Oh. It makes it even worse. 122. $28 away from sending our 15 minutes extra stream time to 30 minutes extra stream time. Round 18. Pointy end. What? George Stevens got a vote. Yes. I've got nothing. Oh, he dropped $1. Shit. $27 to take us to a half hour post stream. Oh, I just heard the possums out there myself. They fucking hiss. I've already found a dead one on the back porch in the last 2 weeks or so. The dogs have gotten it. So here's to many more. Andrew Brayshaw. Noah Anderson starting to play funny buggers with. I mean, he obviously Nick Dacos didn't poll at all there, but so Nick Dacos projected to get another 9, and Rowell to get another 5, 7, 9, 11. So you would imagine Matty Rowell wins the Brownlow at this point. I'm not going to rage out. No, this is a good outcome for him. Oh, Baz, here we go. Do what you did on Dan Does Footy. Call someone a C-bomb. If anyone didn't catch it, he went fucking nuts on the Dan Does Footy co-stream of the Collingwood and Brisbane game. Like, he was dropping F-bombs left, right, and center, called someone a C-bomb. But you won one, haven't you? He's fucking the nose beers that will be consumed if the Cats win the flag this weekend. He's going to be fucking hectic. Good luck to the Cats PR team after this. Flash, it's not the first time that he's done it. He's polled 3 votes in a 20 or less game already before this. It's absolutely out of control what's going on with Matt Rowell tonight. Yeah, PR needs every cent they are worth come October because Bailey Smith's going to be out of control. This is like being genuine for a second. We need our PR team to be on their game. Our marketing team, give him, the club needs to pay to give him personal security, I don't know, send a counselor with him every step of the way because he's going to need every bit of support he can possibly get. He's going to be out of control. And the club's going to need a little bit of extra TLC, I think. We just need to get through to pre-season ASAP. Just send Tom Atkins. Tom Atkins can supervise him. I like that. He polled 3 votes for his 16. Was that the one earlier in the season? Refuse? Because I think we might be talking about the same game. And he had 8 tackles, 5 clearances, 16 disposals. It wasn't. That was pretty bad. Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about the same game. No one predicted Rowell, I don't think. No, I think the general consensus was that him and Anderson were going to steal a lot of votes off each other. But while that could still definitely happen, I guess we've just seen it in the last round that Anderson got the 3 while Rowell got the 2. We're seeing a little bit of it. It's just Matty Rowell has accumulated. Let's just using the AFL predictor for a second. Looking at Matty Rowell here, round 17. Wasn't expected to get any. He got 2. Round 15 was expected to get 1, got 2. So that's +4. I guess +3, +2 because he's short here. But he's +2. +5. +8. +11. +13. He's 13 votes higher than what the AFL predictors would have had him at this particular point in time. That's huge. What did Paddy Cripps get last year? 48 or something? He's not going to hit that, but geez, he's going to get close. There's another 2, 5, 7, 9, 11 votes on the table for him, according to the predictor here. Now, we all saw this coming. Those first 4 games, back in whatever year that was before Joel Selwood killed him, that was like we all knew what this kid was capable of, and now he's having his moment. So, I'm a big fan of Matty Rowell, but I wouldn't have expected this. But he's a fucking rock star. He's a really, really good player. Funnily enough, Gold Coast's second Brownlow medal. Because Geelong's too damn good with so many good players. Yeah, that's right. We share the votes across the whole squad. To be fair, there's merit in that. Like, we do have, like, there's very much, there's a lot of times where I've done the reaction video. I've gone, like, this was a team effort. So this is round 19. Ben has given me a round 17 graphic. I should probably post that ASAP. Tom Green. Cool, you Jets champ. There's your Cats leaderboard. Foo Fighters. Make my way back home and learn to. Home with me, I can't quite make it alone. Dacon's a great player. The hate he gets is over the top. I do think the hate that he gets is over the top, but I do think the plaudits that he's also received are over the top. He's not Gary Ablett Jr., but you would think he was, but the way he's being praised. And yeah, actually, more recent example, Danger. He doesn't lift the way around Danger. Like, he's playing at 5th gear all the time, but he doesn't have somewhere else to go. Whereas Danger, and I'll hone in on Danger because obviously he's a Geelong person, whatever. Like, Danger has the extra gear that he can go to. Danger's playing in 4th and then lifts to 5th. Maybe he's playing in 3rd during the home and away, and then lifts to 5th gear. Refuse says he plays for Collingwood, who sell media leads. That's not his fault. He's a beautiful player to watch. No, absolutely fantastic player. I do not want to, be misleading or whatever in that particular regard. Tim Taranto with 20 votes is absolutely wild. That's insane. They won 4 games for the year. 3 games. 4 games? How many games? Matty Rowell with 2. So let's keep an eye on Matty Rowell. He's predicted to get 3 in this round. The Nasiah stuff is awesome. Absolutely awesome. And what do we say? Yeah, Richmond won 5 games for the year. 5 for Richmond, and yet he's sitting on 20 votes. Tim Taranto, 20 votes. Flat track bully. Nasiah's got a hideous smile over that footage. It's still one of the best pieces of gameplay from this year. Oh, Roaming says, who thinks Nasiah Wanganeen will not get 3? Anything other than 3 would be absolutely nuts. But this Brownlow count's done. Like that 3 vote that became 1 there for Dacos, that's it. He's done. Put a fork in him. Your Brownlow medalist for this year is Matt Rowell. Oh, I didn't get... No way. He didn't get the 3. No, sire. And Max Gorn's losing his shit. Game's gone. The game is gone. The game is gone. Don't worry about it anymore. Jez is still going well. That... shit. What a joke. What an absolute joke. Horatio! Oh! Matty Rowell 3. Put the medal around his neck now. This is over. All right, reminder, we are chasing 150. We are currently sitting on, I need to update the graphic probably. We're sitting on $123. $27 pushes us to a half hour post Brownlow stream. More robbed than the word robed. You robed of a letter. Come on, cats. We're now getting promos for the grand final. This is the shit. I'm not missing the ad break this time. I don't care about Weekend Sunrise. Refuse says no one's catching Rowell. I agree. This thing's done. Nick Dacos misses out again in the Brownlow suck shit Collingwood. Fuck Nick Dacos, figuratively, not literally, of course. I'm sure there's a fair few people who would like to do that, though. He's a good-looking rooster. I'll give him that. He might not be able to win Brownlows. He might be a little bit overrated, but he's a pretty good-looking bloke. I've seen him up close when I was at the AFL 23 launch. Good-looking rooster. And I'm straight. I can appreciate it. I can appreciate it. He's a good-looking bloke. Refuse asks, how is everyone feeling about Saturday? Nervous. Real nervous. The anxiety is if Dacos home now pulls even. Sorry, Thomas, what? Better looking Andy Brayshaw. I don't know. I would look at Andy Brayshaw and go, you're a good looking rooster as well. But then to sit and compare, I don't know. Brian Myers to win the norm. Scotty thinks he looks better than Nick Dacos in his own humble opinion. Horatio, how are you tracking for your winnings? There's our update. $123. What are we? So 27 to get to the extra, like the 30 minutes post Brownlow. Ben's kids are also angry at the voting. It's just bullshit. Like we need to move away from the umpires. They just don't know what they're looking at. And then 77 gets us to the Ninja Turtles video game stream. The first video game stream that we will do. Live stream. Sorry, we'll do a live stream. The first video game live stream from the Hoops crew will be a Ninja Turtles one, because of course it has to be. Because, I love the Ninja Turtles. I love the Ninja Turtles. Oh, that's support. He's gone. Shadu, you got to hold on till the end of the Brownlow at least. At least hold on till the end of the Brownlow. I feel piss coming again. My God, I've become an old bloke. Round 21. What's Rowell up by 5? He's starting to speed through. Sorry, Stu. So what's Rowell expected to pull this round? Rowell's expected to get 2, Dacos none. You get 3 now, not the week before. Fucking umpires. I just saw in the Bont footage there was a VFL Premiership medallion. Maxi! Wet sail. Oh, Kerry. I'm on 150. James Squire, 150 lashes. Though they just call it lashes now, which I only just realized now. Oof. Yeah, I'm on the Terps. I've had to void the bladder a few times now. Sam asks, and this is specific for Horatio, but you popped it in my stream, so I'm going to answer the question anyway. Who would you bet on for a smoky for the Norm Smith? Who would I tip for a smoky? No, I'm putting. If I'm going to throw some money out there for the grand final this weekend, I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it on Danger for the Norm Smith. Hang on, the little kid just flip the bird to the crowd. He's just speed voting now. We're done. It's all over. GWS Toby Green, not T Green. Oh, because we've got Tom Green. Isaac Heaney. Ah, shit. He's just deep throating that glass then. Bailey Smith's out of the top 5. Sorry. Now the cameras are flashing. We know it's done. Can't lose. Got a game in hand. Oh, get Matty Rowell's mum out there. Get Matty Rowell's mum out there. They threw him a mic and then did nothing with it. Kerry, can you pay? Messiah. Congratulations, Matty Rowell. You're an absolute rock star. Well, look, I'll declare it, Kerry. If I need to get a taxi home, it's going to drive me about 5 meters because I'm just in my shed. Did I just see Scratch and Neil get some votes? Bailey Smith back into the top 4 now. Jared, I remember 18 months. Winner of the 2025 Norm Smith Medal. No relation to Bailey Smith. That's my prediction. At least Danger puts in BOG performance, but Smith gets the Norm. He'd be done it again. Look at him. His speed reading now. Cripps with a late surge, says Scotty. Baz, 3rd. Finished on 39, Matty Rowell. Big number. Good effort, that. But also, like, we're really, we get a couple of years in a row now where the numbers for the winner and even the runner-up are huge. Like, the umpires need to look around. I know it's a midfielders award, but this is it's wild. Congratulations, Matt Rowell. Jackie says that's another $2. Congratulations, Matt Rowell. Sends me $2. We're at 125. Horatio says, told you one of the Gold Coast boys was going to win. Does that get you some money, Horatio? Did you win? What's that? Oh, look, Scotty, Cripper's out there. Joe says $6 for the membership. Was there a question around that? I must have missed it. Oh, this is in relation to roaming asking the question. Yeah. Who the fucking Richard Goiter. This is when I take a piss. I don't care about what Richard Goiter's got to say. Fucking get fucked. Horatio backed. Night, Thomas. Thanks for coming on board, mate. So where are you? Horatio backed Matty Rowell 13-1, and either he or Anderson to win at 6-1. Well played. Very well played. Yes, this is like the fourth time for the night, Kerry. Like it's a shed. So Thomas dropped $3. So that puts us at 128. We are very close to getting into post-stream territory, which at the moment is set to go for 15 minutes. But with another $22, we'll become half an hour. Where's 236 coming from? Where's $236? No one has donated an extra $100 out of nowhere. There's our total. Oh, sorry, hang on. Sorry, that's the out of date graphic. I'll let me toss that shit out. Oh, you're talking about his membership total. Right. Okay, cool. I was like, holy shit, where did this extra donation come from that I'm not aware of? Round 24, Ben has provided me the graphic for us to work with as well. The Cats final. Bailey Smith with 29, Jeremy Cameron 20, Max Holmes 18, Paddy Dangerfield and Graham Myers both with 8, bringing up the rear for the Cats. But a good night. I want a budget after grand final reviews. Congrats on going to the grand final, mate. That puts us at $133 for the night. And within 17 of our stream going for an additional half hour, not just... Have I closed it? I think I've closed it. Damn it. We're at 133, $13 away from going for a, yeah. Sorry, go time. What? Apparently the Cats could challenge to his concussion protocol? Explain. What have you read? I didn't realize you could challenge that. Didn't they? Would they have not diagnosed him as concussed themselves? The Burger Ring reference. Matty Rowell talking about it, being, potentially being perceived arrogant. No, I think it's just like self-belief. Like, I will be an AFL player. That's why so many. I'm not accepting the membership. He's been doing it for 18 months. I'm not just going to lump 18 months worth of memberships in there. Refuse, you might be right, but for every minute that I hang on with the stream here, that's more like with the Brownlow stream, that's more time for us here as a community together. We're close to ticking into a third hour after all. Jackie tells me to check Discord. I'm going to Discord now. I've been tagged in the Paul James show. Ah, shit. Thank you, Shadu. For anyone who's not a part of the Discord, let me save this image. That's top shelf stuff. I'm absolutely in love with it. Oh no. Hang on, that's pushed us to 153. We are now over the goal for an extra 30 minutes post stream and $47 away from the Ninja Turtles game stream. And Roaming's just trying to tack an extra $100 on that. Thank you, Kerry. Very much appreciate it. And yes, he's hoping. Didn't you have like what? Kerry, remind me. Did you have like some sort of bet tied in with? So I know you made like some sort of I can't remember what the deal was now around super chats for us when it comes to the grand final. But setting that aside, didn't it stem from some bet that you might have had in place for the grand final? Remind me. I feel like it was tied in with some sort of bet or multi that you might have had in place for the grand final. And I'm curious to know what that is, considering we are now about to feature in the grand final. All right, I'm on to the last beer of the 6-pack. Also, really cool if you're a Zelda fan. Bottle opener. Matty Rowell, sorry, Noah Anderson just deleting the rest of his drink there. Matt Rowell, Brownlow medalist, doesn't have a ring to it. For me, it does because it's almost like not at all surprising now. Luke says, "What's going on, guys? How many guests have you had on? We haven't had anyone on yet, but we're going to start doing that as soon as the stream is done. So I will start sending out the link really soon. We currently are going on for an additional 30 minutes post the Brownlow. So we're going to, if anyone pops in, once I put that link out there, if anyone pops in, I'm just going to bring everyone in all at once. And it's just going to be a fucking wild party for the time we've got. What did I? Oh, is this? Sorry, I wanted to understand. Wasn't there a bet that? So I know you made some sort of comment on the Paul James show weeks ago about something relating to Geelong winning, but was that attached? Was there some bet that you'd made around the grand final? Oh no, Lucas is the Dacos Glazer. Fuck, I can't let you into the stream. Jesus Christ. After the Cats win, 15,000 people in the stream. So, since I'm not going to the grand final on the weekend, I will be hosting post game live. Whatever happens, grand final day. Oof. Oh my god, is it that simple? Holy shit! So you didn't have a bet in place. There was nothing that led to this money. You're just throwing. Oh my god. Thank you, Kerry. But let's see what happens if we win. Romy says, Lucas, back to your nude stream. Have I had too many of those? The beers. Just these. There's 6 of them. 5 of them. And I'm on the 6th. This is still early days. Careful, we'll have to kick you like Thomas M. Thank you, Kerry, for a million reasons beyond just what you're offering to do. I really, really hope that we win the grand final. And thank you. If that's something you actually do, that's huge for us. Thank you very much. But We'll move on for now. We'll move on for now because we don't want to presume anything about the grand final, let alone anything that comes afterwards. What beers am I drinking, Ethan? Did you get a chance to try some James Squire 150 lashes? It's now just being referred to as lashes, but James Squire lashes when you were in the great land of Australia? Because it's a pale. Look, it's pretty simple. Like it's 1.1 standard drinks. It's not overly heavy. Lucas, I'm just going to make sure I am abundantly clear now. Private stream or not, you can't have that shit on YouTube. So just so you're aware. Twitter? Sure. Discord? Your own Discord? Fine. Doesn't work otherwise. Don't do it. You'll kill your channel. Harasha says, let us in. Yeah, Matty Rowell's waffling for too long. All right, let me... Because you can't show titties on the internet. Well, on YouTube. That's why Pornhub exists. You can go there for titties. But do not put them on YouTube, for the love of God. If you want to keep your channel and you're growing it, you're building it up, don't put titties on the internet. Hey, Kingy's rocked up for the first time. What a low-level droning speaker. Haven't been listening to him row, that is. You're here with me, though, Kingy, so thanks very much, mate. Sean says, nothing like getting smashed on CC and dry. All right, let me drop the link in the chat for tonight so that we can get as many of you piling in as possible. Like I said, if you join, I'm adding you. We're all just going to be part of a big chat here discussing all that we've seen tonight. Can you ask anyone in Adelaide? We've got Lucas and Kiri that fit that bill. Oh my God, a Baz speech? It would have been absolutely wild if that was the case. Why have I got graphics appearing? Piss off. There we go. Danger. Flash says Rowell is the first priority pick to win a Brownlow. Well done, AFL. Your little boy got it. He's a fucking rock star. Absolute gun of a player. Paddy's going to Charlie's house. That's right. Arkabar is where Cat supporters gather. So if Lucas or anyone wants to meet up, I'll be there grand final day. Jeslenko is back. After all that, Matty Rowell's... Oh, he typed a speech on his phone. He felt like this was a chance. I think he's a bloke with a lot of... Like, he commands a lot of respect from his peers, but I think he provides and dishes out equal levels of respect. He's a very respectful individual. He respects the game. He respects the players, past and present. I got a lot of time for this bloke. Hoops Crew got a brand new sponsor. Paul, your grog you're drinking. Look, if James Squire wishes to be a sponsor of the Hoops Crew, I'm on board. Ben says, where do Cats fans gather at Melbourne? The MCG, Ben. He's getting so nervous. A lot of arms starting to slip in. He's not going to cry. He's not going to like lose his mind. But at the same time, he's getting really emotional. He's getting a bit overwhelmed by the whole thing. Oh shit! He just dropped a bomb. No, I missed it. Friday's crowd went nuts. It was very dull because of where I was seated at the MCG, but it seemed like it was nuts on the other side of that. Like really hostile. $47 to get the Ninja Turtles game stream going. He's waffling now. He's wiped the sweat away. Congratulations, Matt Rowell. You know what they pointed out though? Only the second number one draft pick to ever win the Brownlow Medal. The other one, Adam Cooning, the thing they've got in common, both gingers. I will share the link once again. If you wish to join the stream now, keen to bring people in. We've got half an hour. Well, as things stand, if somehow we pull another $97 in the next half hour, then we'll continue on for an hour, not just half hour. But if you're keen to jump in, join, please. So there is the link, Horatio. I've just dropped it there in the chat for you. Horatio's, oh, there we go. Horatio's popped in the back end. I better get my headphones on. Talk to me, mate. How's things? I can hear you. I can't see you just yet, but I'm sure that'll take a moment. Hang on. We'll try that again.
Hang on.
There you are.
Sorry.
How's things, mate?
I'm just getting beers sorted and phones organised here, so I'm propped up. All right.
Post Brownlow Live, brought to you by James Squire and the Geelong Cats. So talk to me. What do you make of all that?
Hey, all I want to say, and just I'm 6 beers in, so I might be a little more chirpy than I even usually am.
Get some personalities into you. It's always good.
I told you guys weeks ago, get on Matt Rowell. He's a Monty. You go back in the Discord. It's all on the record. Told you earlier. It's told everybody earlier today.
You want receipts?
You want it. The receipts are there, mate. They're there. Earlier today, go back earlier today, told you guys, one of the two Gold Coast boys is going to win today. Get yourself some free money. Now, whether anybody availed themselves of that free money, I don't know, but I certainly did. And the thing is, I was only my cover bet was the Dacos boys to get more than 46 votes. And I only missed out by 2 fucking votes.
Oh.
So, like...
That was a nearly big payday. For a multitude of reasons.
Yeah.
Flash just asked, is Horatio's real name? I hope it is. Hip, hip, Horatio.
You know what? Like, I used to have a different sort of YouTube handle, and I don't know. I found myself sort of fighting. I won't go into why some people who are in the chat, sort of watching right now, may be able to gather why I might have changed my name to something like Horatio Fitzbastard. But if you know what Fitz means, it's the same thing as Mac or like Swedish, where it's son of. And my dad was a bastard. So my name actually, like Fitz is actually French for son of a bastard.
Right.
And my dad was, my dad was a bastard. So I just
I'm
Horatio was
in there. Who did we just see invading the shoot then?
Horatio was that the missus I keep referring to. That's her.
Very nice to very quickly, briefly meet her there. Has this occurred on post game live in the past, or because obviously I don't host post game live very often. So, well, very nice to meet you.
You too. I usually hide out in the corner
and just indulge as he continues to rant and rave about whatever bullshit footy theories he has. No, to be fair, he's on the money at the moment. Like coming real damn close with the Dacosses and the Brownlow winners. Like he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing.
I
want to give a bit. I was saying this outside while I was having a cigarette. I want to give a big shout out to Will Schofield, because he said he picked Matt Rowell at the start of the season, and going into the last 4 weeks, he said the last 13 Brownlow winners have been in the top 5 in contested possessions and clearances. And when he said that, only Caleb Sarong, Tom Green, and Matt Rowell were in the top 3. Noah Anderson joined them in the last couple of rounds. And I'm like, Matt Rowell is an absolute Monty here based on that.
Wait, what was that stat? Go again.
The last 13, well, now 14, the last 14 Brownlow winners have all finished in the top 5 for contested possession and clearances. So there was only 4 chances tonight. The 2 Gold Coast boys, Caleb Sarong and Tom Green from GWS. And for me, it was like Matt Rowell's got this in the bag. He's got it in the bag.
Some notes then.
That's on a sticky note.
I'm going to keep it for a year.
I mentioned this weeks ago. After Scully actually said that, I'm like, if you're thinking about your Brownlow tips, forget Nick Dacos. You know, like everyone, we all wanted Baz to do well, and he did exceptionally well. But
he did very well.
When I said tonight, when he was well placed, I'm like, this is the point where Max starts stealing votes off him, and he did. That's what ended up happening. Like Paddy stole the votes off Max early in the year, and then when Paddy sort of had a little holiday, had a little rest, and kind of was just saving himself for monstrous performances like what he delivered on Friday night, Max sort of came up into the void there and took over, and he got a good deal of the votes.
Yeah.
In the second half of the season. So yeah, I never really, it's one of those things where like Baz is going to be up there, he's not going to win. But I was like Matt Rowell, and I love Matt Rowell. Like what you watch his like when Gold Coast was it last year? Was it last year or the year before they pumped us? It was last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was last year. Yeah, last year.
And I'm like, this Matt Rowell dude, like this guy is. Look at this. He's an old school footballer. It's like, I love this bloke. He is just a hard nut. He does it all. Like,
yeah.
And he
sees ball, gets ball, right? Just goes.
But and what I will say, and we saw it on Friday night, and I've watched the replay of the game from Friday night since being there live. And I think I may have even mentioned it a couple of times, sort of talking after games and stuff in the second half of the year. Like, God, you know, this is what we do so well, is people just still want to sleep on Tom Atkins. It's like Matt Rowell, he does the hard stuff. Like he does the defensive stuff. He goes in and gets that hard pill, and he uses it so well. But I'm like, watching Tom Atkins' performance on Friday night, it's like, my God, how good is his disposal? Like, every time Tom Atkins gets the ball now, I'm just like, you know he's going to use it. He has developed into a beautiful kick of the football. I'm like, shit, when he came in, when we got him, it's like, this guy is just a bloke who's got a gig just purely on hard, just working his ass off, right? And that's what he brings to the table. But my God, how much of his skills improved? Like, it's like night and day. Like, now I'm not saying he was terrible with the football, you know, when he became a regular senior player, but my God, he's one of our most reliable users of the football now. And every time he gets it, God, he just uses it. His decision-making and his use of the football is so good. And there was a sort of a thought in the back of my mind as Matt Rowell's winning the Brownlow there tonight. It's like, Gold Coast had to use a number one pick for this bloke, and yet we've got a bloke that we got, you know, off the scrap heap pretty much, who I don't think is that far behind this guy, who is playing in the grand final on Saturday.
You're talking about Tommy Atkins, right?
I most certainly am. Very, very like, I don't think he's that far behind, but because he doesn't have the reputation,
he's not the number one draft pick. He's not the glitz and glamour player. Not that, you know, to be fair, I wouldn't say that Matty Rowell is, but there's the prestige that kind of comes with being the number one draft pick. So naturally, your eye catches your eye a bit more. But yeah, I think you're right. We've got someone that absolutely fits that bill and kind of gets ignored for the most part.
What I'll say, go back and have a look. If you go back and have a look at the first week of this year's finals, right now, look at our game against Brisbane, and you just see how, like, okay, Tommy Atkins, he's not getting, you know, necessarily volume possessions, but every time he gets it, he uses it well. But it's like, look at the defensive pressure, and just, even if he's not making tackles, like 42 pressure acts? And that was just every time there was a contested situation or a packed situation, he's just smashing them. And smashing them without giving away cheap free kicks or, you know, getting reported or anything like that.
No, he goes hard. Look, sometimes that manifests in the occasional, you know, head high, you know, tackle or something, you know, like over the shoulder tackle. But for the most part, he managed to keep that pretty well in check as well. Like, he's a very disciplined player. But
then you watch Matt Rowell in that Freo game. And Matt Rowell in those first three quarters was the difference between the two sides, doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, Matt Rowell is a genuine superstar of the competition, but it's like, I feel like the difference between Matt Rowell and Tom Atkins at the moment is about that much. And yet you got Matt Rowell winning the Brownlow, and rightly so.
What did Tommy Atkins do?
Tom Atkins got like 2 votes or something like that. It's like, Now, I don't think that worries Tom Atkins one.
No, he couldn't care less. He's about to win the premiership, and Matty Rowell's going to be watching on from the sidelines.
Right. Tom Atkins doesn't give a pinch of shit about that sort of stuff, right? So
Tom Atkins has 3 votes for the night. Just 2 more than George Stevens, who played 2 games for the year.
Now, not to say that Georgie didn't deserve that vote, because he did.
No, he got shortchanged, in fact. But anyway.
But yeah, like,
and a rising star nom that week too, by the way.
Like, now, I think overrated is one of the most overused words, along with literally in the
Yes.
in the vocabulary these days. Yes, exactly. What I would say is, those who know what Tom Atkins brings to the table do not underrate him at all. What he is underappreciated. People don't, if you don't watch him play, you don't understand exactly what it is that he does. And like I say, you know, like, even there, like, I don't know even how many Geelong supporters are, like, you know, Geelong supporters, like, we expect, you know, we're going to get a certain amount of effort. Like, I compared him to Maxi a few weeks back. But I can tell you, Tom Atkins these days is using the football far, far better than Maxi ever used it. Like, he is a genuine creator these days when he gets it. Like, whenever Tom Atkins is central to the play, I feel I get a certain sort of calm over me, because I just know he's going to do the right thing. He's just going to do what needs to be done every single time.
Talk to me about this. Let me get your thoughts. Jesselenko's just popped something in there that just says the Players Association and Coaches Award more important than the Brownlow. Would you agree? Or more? I mean, he's just used the greater than symbol, but I presume, you know, kind of more important, more valid, more relevant, more accurate representation than the Brownlow. Would you agree?
Well, Chris Scott took the piss out of it in his press conference the other night, so I don't know. You would think you would think so, but as I say, Chris Scott's like, yeah, well, we still end up picking midfielders anyway, so
we do.
You know,
and I
make of that what you will.
I think there's this perception that the players are 100% going to have a better eye for it, but most of them do not sit down and watch 9 games of football a weekend. Honestly, your best arbiters of this, I don't love saying this, but your best arbiters are probably your media personnel, because they're seeing more games of football across the season than the umpires, because they'll umpire their 1 or 2 a weekend, and obviously don't have a great perspective during the game. And then there's us, who tend to be a little bit, just naturally, a bit biased towards our team. The players will be biased towards their team, and often, okay, we finish our game, now it's into recovery, and they don't consume that much of it. There are some exceptions for sure. Whilst I do agree at its core that I think there's more relevance and accuracy potentially to the Players Association and coaches, the fact that they keep falling into the trap of midfielders as well, year in, year out. And of course, midfielders are probably the best player in the comp most years, but definitely not all. I think shows that no one's really quite got it right.
Well, look, like, to be fair, like, okay, let's. I was thinking about this earlier. I was thinking about my Brownlow bets and stuff like that, and sort of discussions that I've had with people at the game on Friday night, and sort of, you know, what do you think? And look, when I was born, I was born in 1972. And then for the next 12 years, basically, the only player that won it that was a legitimate, like what you would call midfielder, in the first 11 years, right? In fact, not even more than that. Like, I'll go through it. 1972, Len Thompson, ruckman. Keith Gregg, 72, 74, wingman. 75, Gary Dempsey, ruckman. 76, Graham Moss. Ruckman, 77, Graham Teasdale. Full forward, Ruckman, 78, Malcolm Blight. Basically a ruck rover / half forward. 79, Peter Moore, Ruckman.
They had more elements to their game. 80,
Calvin Templeton, centre half forward. 81, Quinlan and Round, Ruckman. His Bertie Quidler was basically playing ruck rover key position. 82, Brian Wilson was a half forward. 83, Glenn Denning, centre half back, centre half forward. 84, Peter Moore, ruckman. 85, Brad Hardy, back pocket. Like, it wasn't until 86 when Dipper and who was a wingman and Greg Williams
started to
was a centreman.
yeah.
A midfielder didn't win a genuine midfielder didn't win a Brownlow medal in my lifetime until Greg Williams won in 1986.
Yeah.
Now we got a situation where
we're going through every winner, aren't we? Because you've got that recall. That was awesome. But
I'm just saying though, like, we've now had 25, 30 years. Like, where a midfield, like, when was the last time someone who wasn't a midfielder won the Brownlow medal? Probably Wanganeen in 1993, who was a back pocket, sort of half-back flanker. Like, since then, you've had...
now, admittedly, Jim Steins was ruck, but when did Jim Steins win?
91. And Scott Wind won in 92, and he was also a ruckman. So we haven't had a ruckman win in more than 30 years, and anybody outside of the guts win since 93. Like, and I mean, and that's the thing, but it was that was the thing. There were key position guys didn't tend to win a lot of medals. Like, you you had to be really exceptional, like Plugger. Ross Glendenning was just an amazing bloody footballer at either end of the ground. And
yeah, just double checked. Yeah, Scott Wind is the last non-midfielder. Now, admittedly, obviously, ruckman means you're spending a lot of time in the midfield. But yeah, the last non-stereotypical midfielder to win the Brownlow medal.
Well, Gavin Wanganeen didn't play midfield. Like, Gavin
sorry, good point. No, yeah. That's a good point. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, Wanganeen wasn't. He played out of the back pocket. Like, but I mean, that was the thing. He won. He was like Bernie Smith,
considering all the other votes, like all the other Brownlow polls of the last few years. It's mind blowing to think that that Gavin Wanganeen won with 18 votes.
Well, the thing that year, and Mike Brady, who we're going to get to see again this weekend, doing his classic, doing his thing. He's going to get thawed out and wheeled out into the G and Eddie $100,000 for the year.
I can hear the cackle in the background.
Greg Williams had
I can see Lucas in the back end. If you're there, flick your camera on, mate. We'll pull you into the conversation at the same time.
Greg Williams, finished second that year with 6. Like, I think Wanganeen won with 17 votes. And Greg Williams finished second with 16 votes. He had 44 possessions in one game that year and did not get a vote. And so that was even worse than Nass not getting the 3 votes for that Melbourne game tonight.
There's Lucas.
And Mike Brady wrote a song about that called "Only 44 Posies." That's how bad that was. Mike Brady wrote a song about it. It was that bad.
Now, Lucas has got his shirt on. We're gonna.
Well, I'm going to take mine off then.
Oh, Jesus! All right, here we go.
No, nobody needs to see my boobies. Lucas,
you're gonna have to unmute yourself.
Lucas.
How you doing, Fitz bastard? How are you doing? God, I love saying that.
I will. Only one person on YouTube has ever understood what my name actually means, and he said that. So I've explained it tonight, and that's what I was going to say before. It's like Horatio was just like, I was just looking for something that kind of sounded sort of fancy to go with it, like Horatio Hornblower or Horatio Nelson or something like that. So it just kind of worked. But if you want to know what my real name is Chris.
All right,
which is a lot more.
I'm still going to refer to you as Horatio in the stream. Don't worry about it.
Well, I like saying bastard better, so bastard, well, that will do me now. I had the Ollie Henry challenge. Now, I bought this.
Oh,
I had this.
Lord.
Yeah, so this is a Johnny Walker Blue. So here we go,
we don't have any of that. We're sponsored by James Squire now. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, my cup is empty. I've got this special cup. Unfortunately, Ollie Henry did not poll a vote. I think that's an absolute disgrace.
There's a fucking surprise.
So I didn't have a single drop tonight, so I'm actually sober tonight, which is a bit disappointing. How the fuck did Sav get a vote and not Ollie Henry? What is that about?
Sorry,
Did a Sava get a vote? He got 3 votes. He got best on ground in the fucking Gold Coast game or some shit. That's an absolute joke. But
when it rains, it pours, mate.
Yeah. We now people. I'm getting some mixed results from my Saturday night stream. People are saying it's not a good idea. Maybe you shouldn't do it.
It's a good idea to take your stream to the strippers, mate.
That's a
surefire way to ensure that your YouTube channel dies straight away.
Yeah, I thought about that, but
put up your OnlyFans before you do that.
Yeah,
bring the strippers to you, mate. Bring the strippers to you. You don't go to the strippers, bring them to you.
Keep those videos on your phone and don't share them with anyone.
Fitzbastard, you're married. You shouldn't be watching that stream anyway. First of all,
so am I, mate. Just so we're on the same page. So am I. So
why are you so interested in it then?
No, I'm telling you, it's a bad idea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Paul's trying to give you some fatherly advice here.
Yeah.
But
don't fucking do it. Just get drunk and ask people to donate money so that you spend more time on YouTube and play Ninja Turtles games.
I'll tell you.
By the way, there's the thing for. Sorry, there's the thing for everyone. We're still $47 away. Anyway, moving on. I'm actually not going to get a haircut until we win the flag. So my hair is quite growing. So if we win the flag, I'm going to cut it all off. I'm actually going to do it live on my stream. I'm going to cut it off. Get the razor and just buzz it off.
No. My mum's going to come on camera and she's going to strip. She's going to make me bald. Absolutely bald. Yeah, she's going to come on camera and she's going to make me bald. A bit like Gary Ablett. Well, I still want some hair, so probably not that extreme. But the razor where you don't even.
Gary Ablett are we talking about here?
Junior.
Well, there's only one bald Gary Ablett.
Well,
the other one doesn't have much left.
The way your hair's going there, you can kind of go the senior there, just kind of thin it out a bit on the top and flick it back, and you just about have it.
I'll leave you two at it for a moment. I'm going to take a piss again.
Paul, what is got, mate? Are you okay, Paul, with all that drinking?
Are
you going good?
I'm fine most of the time, but as soon as I start drinking, the seal gets broken and it's all sorts from there. Like I'll drink and drink, but it just means that the toilet gets visited frequently.
Oh, I won't hold you up then. I won't hold you up.
You go, and then I got to go.
Yeah. Well, if you want to go, Fitzbastard, I'll take over the show.
All right, Lucas.
Yes.
Now that I'm one-on-one with you, I'm going to ask you the question. All right?
Yes, mate.
I'm going to tell you right now, had we lost, like I was with you on the Scotty thing, had we lost on Friday night, questions had to be asked. Now, I was of the belief that we would get the job done, and we did. But I think you've been hung out to dry, dude. I think you got hung out to dry. I think your concerns were legit. Had we lost, questions had to be asked. Because we left at least 2 flags on the table there between 2011 and 2022 for reasons you discussed. I am totally down with that. The only difference I have with it is that I believe after the 2021 prelim that we turned the corner, and I don't think you're entirely convinced of that yet.
No, he still hates Chris Scott.
Yeah.
What do you think about the legacy game on Friday night?
Seriously, if we get the job, I think we're going to get the job done on Saturday. If we get the job done on Saturday, where do you stand?
See, people. It's actually funny. It's actually funny. People think that I'm a Chris Scott out guy. I was never a Chris Scott out guy. But he lost me during the prelim final last year, where I just thought I sat down and reflected after that prelim final. I thought, you know what, this guy has won.
Max, we've got Kingy in as well now. Keep going, Lucas.
We won 2 flags. The first year that he won, it was Bomber's team. Bomber would have won that year if he was coach.
No, I disagree with that.
Okay,
disagree with that.
The second one, 2022. That there was no competition. Melbourne were one-hit wonders. Richmond were at the end of the three-peat. They were gone. Sydney was Sydney in the grand final. Collingwood was our only threat, and they weren't even ready yet. They won it the next year. They weren't there. So we had no competition in 2022. Right? So I thought that was an easy flag to win. It was there to be won, and we won it because Sydney shit the bed.
All right. I need to go and break the seal. Continue that thought when I come back.
Okay.
I'll bounce him out for a second. I'll bring him back. There's merit to the 2022 argument. I can kind of see that. I said this was going to go for an extra half hour. People better be donating via super chats because this is going to balloon past half an hour at this rate. There's merit to the 2022 conversation. I can definitely see that. Hang on, let me get my graph. There we go. But does that necessarily, like, you've still got to go and do it, right?
Yeah, of course. But we were clearly the best team that year, all year. Collingwood
not all year.
Gave us a
second half of the year. We finally got our shit together, but the first half we looked pretty wobbly.
Collingwood were our only threat, and they were.
Function.
They were a year.
Function.
They were a year away, Collingwood. Like I said, Melbourne were one-hit wonders. Richmond were done. Sydney shit the bed as they always do. So there was no competition. We had it like a walkover, right? We smashed Melbourne in that prelim. I think did we play Melbourne in that prelim? We absolutely smashed them, and then we smashed Sydney. Collingwood was we only won by 2 goals against Collingwood in that first final.
In 2022, so we had Collingwood in the qualifying. We had Brisbane in the prelim.
Yeah. So we smashed Brisbane. Were not ready. They were still a couple of years away from being legit. Same with Collingwood. So there was no real competition. So he won. He easily won that. All right. Now let's go to 2 years. Forget about the year where we didn't make the final. Forget about that. All right. We played Brisbane in that prelim. We should have absolutely destroyed Brisbane that year. We're up by three-quarter time. All right, and we absolutely blew it. We blew it against Hawthorn when it started their 3P. Remember when we lost it?
Tried to save the day for us. He nearly pulled it out for us.
Yeah. Well, why isn't Ollie Henry playing in this grand final after kicking 4 goals?
Just wait and see. We've got some match committee to wade through, so we'll see what happens.
No. See, we all know Holly. We also know Ollie Henry's not going to play. Chris Scott doesn't like him. We made all this big deal about bringing Ollie Henry across. We gave up draft picks for this guy, and we don't even play him. That's just bullshit.
To be fair, I think it's kind of funny. So let's just for a second, because you've obviously been big on Charlie Curnow coming across. Now you want to get rid of Shannon Neal to make this happen. I obviously flat disagree with that. But would you?
He hasn't impressed me this final series.
I've got a bit of lag here.
Would you accept the idea that, like, if Ollie Henry was packaged as a part of any transaction to make this happen, would you cop that? Because you've obviously been a big fan of Ollie Henry, and it's, would you cop that if it was to get Charlie Curnow in the door?
What? So Neil and Ollie Henry?
Oh, no, not necessarily. No, because like Andrew Mackey's already come out and said, no, Neil's not going to be part of anything.
Well, Andrew Mackey's a dope. He doesn't know anything. He should stick to his house.
He's helped build a pretty good list alongside Stephen Wells.
Oh, fuck all, man. What has Neil done this final series? He's done nothing. He's done absolutely nothing. What's he done? What's he done?
Take a look at Harris Andrews' numbers. His worst game was against the Cats. Now, obviously, there was a lot of.
I don't care about Harris Andrews' fucking numbers. He's there to kick goals, Paul. He's there to kick goals.
In this current game, the way it gets played, and I'm not saying I love the way the current game gets played because it's still a bit too defensively minded in some respects, but the current game, the way it's being played is half of the battle is negating the bloke you're against as well as hitting the scoreboard yourself. And he absolutely, not 100%, sorry, I won't be so definitive, but he definitely took Harris Andrews out of the game, who's absolutely the best key defender in the game right now.
Oh, my dog could have fucking done that. My dog could have done that. So what? He's there to kick goals. He's there to kick goals, and he's only kicked 2 goals this final series. 2 goals. You're going to be kidding me.
I'll take it at the age of, what is he, 22? 23? He's not even as experienced as Hawk yet. And he probably learnt a bit from it too. So let's see what happens when he gets a second crack at him.
This Hawkins talk, Neil, is rubbish. He's never going to be Hawkins.
Go on, Horatio. And sorry, Max is there. We'll have to let you in sometime soon, mate.
Can I ask you, how old are you?
Me, 33.
You're 33. I'm just surprised that, like, I agree. I agree with some of your sentiments, but you're basing it on last year's prelim, which is almost the complete opposite of the base. Like, if you were basing it on what had happened between 2011 and 2022, I would absolutely agree with that. Like, I'm in 100% agreement, and we really needed to prove, like, when you're saying, oh, this is a legacy game, I'm like, well, it really is. If we fucked that up on Friday night, I would have been, and look, and I don't know whether you saw it, but there were people on Discord on Friday night saying, if we fucking lose this, maybe Lucas was right. And I'm like, this is why I agreed.
And I kicked them all out of the Discord afterwards. I didn't want to copy.
Well, this is
yeah. For reference, I didn't see that. I didn't see it.
But this is what, like, if he gets, but the question I'm asking you is, I'm extremely confident that we're going to do the business on Saturday.
Yeah.
Purely based on what I've seen this year. And what I know about us and how we've gone about things in recent times, and even in the entire time I've been following this football club, how are you going to feel about it if we do the business on Saturday?
Yeah. Well, the grand final won't bother me if we win or lose. That won't actually bother me. If we lose, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to worry about it. I don't really care, to be honest. My problem was the prelim. Getting over the prelim. We've lost 6 prelims. This coach has lost 6 prelims. That was the issue. Right? He hasn't lost 3 or 4. He's lost 6. Right? One of those prelims started the Hawthorn 3-peat, for crying out loud.
I would say he's won 3 of his last 4.
Can I run you through some stats? Can I run you through
go ahead.
I'll walk that back.
Go ahead.
Prelims are the hardest to win.
I'll run you through some stats. All right. I've been following Geelong this is my 46th year of following Geelong. We have won 4 flags, 1 pending in the time. We've made 11 grand finals. And in 46 years, we've played in 22 preliminary finals, 17 of which I've attended. 22. So that's basically every second year we play in a prelim. So I agree with your opinion that, okay, we haven't, particularly in recent years, with our more recent record, haven't done the bizzo. But here's another stat. In that same time, we made more final series at Hawthorn, but in that time, they'd made 13 grand final. In the same time that I've been following Geelong, they made 13 grand finals and won 9 flags. So when they get in the finals, they usually somehow get into a grand final and win the goddamn thing.
There is some merit to what they've been trying to try at, which has been, bottoming out and then rebuilding it and like really taking that top end, especially what we've seen in the last, what we're talking about now, since 2004, last 15 to 20 years, where, it's really bottom out, fill your boots with these top end talent. That's where Buddy comes from, Roughhead comes from, Hodge, Mitchell, etc. And we're obviously seeing the same sorts of things go on more recently, even though they haven't quite climbed the mountain yet. And hopefully that never happens. But build that list and then go again. It provides merit to the argument in terms of what model is a good one. Geelong being constantly there or thereabouts versus Hawthorn copping your L's for a few years, getting smacked around, and then firing back up. And that's where I think, Lucas, you and I find ourselves kind of debating this thing from time to time. I think you wouldn't object if we fell off a cliff, had 3, 4, whatever it happens to be, few years where we kind of build the foundations and then go again. Yep. Whereas I'm a bit more, I want to go into any given week going, my team can win. And I think that's probably, I guess, the ultimate difference between the two of us. I would say this is
keeping in mind that, part of what I'm talking about with Hawthorn statistics goes back to when they made, was it 8 grand finals in 9 years and won 5 of them. This is the thing. When Hawthorn are up there, they make grand finals and they win them.
They cash in. Well, they got the chance.
And we've played in 11 grand finals and we've say one's pending. We've only got 4 to show for that. We need to win this one. We've got to win this on Saturday. So I'm just asking this question because Lucas is getting a lot of shit for his opinions, and I somewhat agree with him. But I'm just he's basing that on something that I'm like, well, wait a minute, are you forgetting about sort of? You're basing that on last year? I was positive after last year, Grandpa. I was is that what, no. I knew I was full of confidence that we were going to go another step this year. And I'm glad we're playing Brisbane because to be the best, you got to beat the best. And they are the best. And we intimidated them. In that first final. And everybody was talking about how they were going to do this and they were going to do that and how we're going to handle this. It's not up to them. It's not why are people talking about what we're going to do? It's up to them to deal with us, not us deal with them. And it's the same thing this week. They've got okay, Tom Stewart's out. But as I heard people talking about, I heard you saying, I tried to get on after the game on Friday night, but I got sidetracked by drunken bastards at the game, so I couldn't get on. But I did catch the last bit of when you were talking, Paul, after the game, and saying, this is the beautiful thing about what we do. Tom Stewart goes down, and you just know that Zach Guthrie he goes up another level.
Yeah.
And he was superb.
He's absolutely ready to play that role. It's just that he has to sit behind Tom Stewart in the queue. It's just a pecking order, and he's behind him in the pecking order. But when Tom Stewart's out for one reason or another, he just plays that role, and he does it.
But he relishes it.
Tom Stewart. Yeah.
He relishes it. He's now I'm going to take over. And whoever's behind will just come in and do the business. And that's the thing. It's going back to Friday's game. I didn't get to, I was sort of hoping to crap on about it after a few beers and whatever and all that. But I heard you say it's like, and we talked about it either in one of the post-game lives or whatever. It's like we were the only ones game enough to say it's going to be 4 or 5 goals here. We're going to beat these guys. We'll beat these guys going away, and we did.
Yep.
So,
Kimmy, share your thoughts, mate, because you've been sitting there quietly and we've been kind of just dominating the conversation for a bit. What do you want to bring to the table, mate? What are you thinking?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I have to disagree mostly with what Lucas has said. First of all, with Shannon Neal, I think it's absolutely ridiculous. I think I understand where you're coming from, but I think it's quite one-dimensional. And there was a particular moment where I thought one of the Brisbane defenders was going to intercept Mark, and he just did enough to spoil and bring it down. And that's the sort of thing you need to do. The other thing is that he can often be a decoy as well. So he takes the second best defender, if not the best defender. And there's a domino effect of that happening. You take Neil out, and all of a sudden, Jezza is getting double teamed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the other thing to be thinking of too. So
can I say?
Yes, he can.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
But he usually does.
What you're saying there, I was surprised when I saw the stats, and it's like Shannon Neal's had 3 possessions. I'm like, that might be the best 3-possession game I've ever seen. Like his competitiveness, his work on the deck, just to do all the things that don't show up in the stat and just be a big body, just disrupting things. And he kicked a big goal when we really needed it.
And to be fair, in the most recent game, he should have actually had a second one as well. It's just the umpire gave the free kick to Danger, but Shannon Neal marked it. So
exactly,
he should have had 2, but.
He was a bit unlucky with a couple of decisions as well. But it's like he worked.
If you're going to put Danger versus Shannon Neal having a shot for goal, I'll take Shannon Neal every day of the week.
Exactly, and he worked his ass off. His work rate as a big key forward was second to none.
I do think the next step in his game is, let's set aside whatever does or doesn't happen this weekend. The next step in his game, he is a currently kind of 7 to 10 possession getter per game. And I've been saying this kind of for the majority of the year. His next step is becoming a 10 to 12 possession a game player. He just gets the ball that couple more times now, whether that's through, marking contests or just finding the ball at ground level, whatever that needs to look like. But as Shannon Neal, who's in absolutely full flight, similar to what, and I don't want to draw the comparisons to Tom Hawkins in terms of the style of game, because Tom Hawkins was wrestle and throw your opponent around. Shannon Neal is a bit more lead up and utilize the height and mark. But similar to Tom Hawkins in the sense, when he was at his full flight, he was getting that ball, a dozen times a game, and he'd have half a dozen shots on goal. Right now, Shannon Neal's, especially in the home, and sorry, I am talking home and away for a moment. Shannon Neal is probably a 3 to 4 shots a goal a game person. Dial that back like every player a little bit for finals. He needs to go that, he's still got to make that next step, and he hasn't had. And this is where I do worry about making the Tom Hawkins comparison. Also, he hasn't had that Tom Hawkins in 2011 moment yet.
I don't know what you guys think, but would I be wrong in saying that I think Shannon Neal's work on the deck is better than Tom Hawkins ever was?
Not necessarily. And I don't think he's necessarily worse, but I think Tom Hawkins' ground ball was actually fairly underrated.
Yeah,
he was okay, but I think Shannon Neal, what he does on the deck is, for a key forward, is way up there. A bit
I would
like
say they're pretty equal. It's just, but at the same time, Shannon Neal has got the leg
Tom
speed,
Hawkins
obviously.
Yeah,
that
I
Tom
agree with
Hawkins
that.
has
Agility.
Yeah,
that's
I agree with that with the agility. Yeah, I agree with that. See,
Go for it,
this
King.
is why I don't like Shannon Neal. It's not that I hate him for no reason. It's because every single person wants to compare him to Tom Hawkins. Why haven't we compared Max Holmes to Gary Ablett? Why haven't we compared Bailey Smith to Gary Ablett? Why are we comparing Tom Hawkins to Shannon Neal? We're the only one that's doing it.
Who is?
I think
No,
it's
but
just
I
I don't know
ridiculous.
anyone who is.
I think the
If-
reason now, I'm not saying that we should compare them because I think
I
they're
heard
very
earlier
different
this
forwards,
season
but I
that
think
he's not Shannon.
reason.
He's not.
Sorry,
Tom
go on,
Hawkins.
King. Go for it.
Different kind of player. I've heard that from the beginning of this season. Oh, he's a different kind of player to Tom Hawkins. So I don't
think
know
they're
who's
very
comparing him
different
to Tom
forwards.
Hawkins. I don't know
at the
anyone who
same
does.
time, the reason why
But
the comparison I think occurs is because they're both modern day forwards. They're both playing with in the game with being in a similar-ish sort of style. I think it's I honestly think it's ridiculous to compare anyone to a Gary Ablett or a Tony Lockett or a Jason Dunstall, etc., because the game is totally different. So I think when people go, hey, I want to compare you to Tom Hawkins, or I want to compare you to Buddy Franklin, or I want to compare you to Josh Kennedy, for not that I hear Josh Kennedy's name come up overly often, but people will make those parallels because they're players in a similar vintage, playing the game in a similar-ish sort of way. Like you can compare, like there's similarities. You've got some points.
Can I just say though?
I'm not saying that's right or wrong, by the way, but I think that's why we're seeing that comparison.
But how? In what way is he capable to Hawkins? Hawkins is better in the ruck. He's a better mark. I'll give Neil this. He's a very good kick. When he does get the ball, he's a very good kick. I'll give him that. So was Hawkins. Hawkins is bigger body. Hawkins leads up. He's nothing like Hawkins.
No,
What I would say, Tom Hawkins is closer to Tony Lockett than he is to Shannon Neal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Like if Tom Hawkins had played 30 years ago, he would have kicked 1,000 goals. Make no mistake about it. He would have been kicking 10, 12, 15 goals every other week.
Filling his boots.
He was a monster. He was a monster. Yeah. Right?
That's why all the traditionalists, their eyes lit up when he, really broke out in 2007 when he first emerged on the scene in 2007, and when we were seeing him through the draft in 2006, because everyone's going, "Holy shit, this is the golden era coming back."
But the game
had changed.
Like that.
Yeah, the game had changed.
Wasn't. Unfortunately, the game had this is the thing. Is like if I could have swapped like a young Shannon Neal now, put him back in 2007 and put Tom Hawkins where Shannon Neal is now, I would have done it because I think the game is starting to come back around.
Come back a bit.
And Tom Hawkins, and look, if Buddy Franklin had been playing 30 years ago, he would have kicked 2,000 goals. Right.
Well, no one could keep up, right?
The fact that he kicked 1,000 goals in an era where he's the last player to kick 100 goals. From that point on, the whole game was designed for him not to kick 100 goals. We don't want players kicking 100 goals. We don't want to revolve our bloody offense around one guy. If he'd been playing 30, 40 years ago, he would have kicked 2,000 goals because you couldn't stop him in any conditions. Just unbelievable achievement. And Tom Hawkins, how many goals did Tom Hawkins kick for us? If he'd been playing in the days of the Gorillas, he would have kicked 8, 9, 1,000 goals easy. Whereas you got and I just think the game's starting to come back around to that. But it's I look at Shannon Neal, it's this is what I used to say to people about Nathan Ablett. It's people who expect Nathan Ablett to be this sort of guy. He's not that sort of guy. He's a guy that does the smart things at centre half forward. He's not going to kick monstrous bags of goals, but he's really intelligent at getting the ball down to dangerous areas where the Rovers are going to do the business. He's really smart at creating space for other guys to just, waltz in and kick goals. Like I remember watching. I remember going out to the Western Oval one day, and it was pretty much Nate's first one of his first games, and everybody was sort of pumped up, and there was a big crowd there, and I'm like shit. People are like expecting to do this freakish, kick goals out of his ass and do it all. It's like, nah, he's not that sort of player. But what I did see him do was every single mark that he did not take fell straight into the lap of one of our guys. And we got goals out of it. The amount of times I saw him, when there was a sort of the ball was coming forward and there was a congested situation where he would move his body to clear a space for one of our guys to run through. Just these tiny little things that it's like, shit, this guy's got a football brain. He's seeing the game, particularly as a key forward, on another level. He's opening. He doesn't need to kick 7 or 8 goals himself because
he'll create 7
regardless
he's
whether he
create
these goals
or not. Yeah.
And I went back and watched the replay. It's like, yeah, Scratch only kicked 1 goal himself, but my God, he opened up the door for 3 or 4 others just with body work and just desperation, dragging his guy out of it. And similar thing against Brisbane. Just, if you're sucking Harris Andrews out of the play, or one of their
Cameron to get away, that makes a huge difference, right?
Exactly. One of their he's taken one of their dangerous intercept markers out of it. But when the ball's on the deck, he's working harder than the defender is. What can you say about that? And I mean, one day we're going to get to the point where it's like he's going to be a flat out against quality opposition, not strugglers. Where it's like, not only is he going to be bringing that defensive effort and opening guys up, but he's going to be consistently kicking 3-4 goals every week against anybody.
Yeah.
Shit.
Go for it, King.
Hawkins, he debuted in 07 or something, right? He didn't really announce himself really on the big stage and really get going till 2011 GF.
Yeah, 4 years later, yeah.
Which is 5 years later, right? So what's Scratch going to be like in 5 years' time? That's what I'm interested in.
Can I just say on that? Can I just say sorry, Paul? Just on that point, I was looking at a big footy thread last night about from 2018. From 2018 about basically players you thought were going to be great that turned out to be spuds. And even in 2018, there were still people on that thread that still didn't think Tom Hawkins had delivered. It was like he had a great year in 2012 and hadn't delivered. He really hadn't delivered. So
he was the best.
You say. Right, so I'm just saying, I never thought that, but
those people are idiots. They don't know what they're on about.
But a lot of people did.
But there's probably, and Lucas, I don't mean this in some sort of smart-assy way, but there's probably people that are saying the same thing about you when it comes to Shannon Neal right now. Now, obviously, he's at the early days, but that's the beautiful thing about people having different perspectives on players in a game of AFL. It's all very subjective. So don't get me wrong, that wasn't meant to be some sort of actual criticism of you.
No, if people want to call me an idiot, that's I've got thick skin. That's fine.
I call you an idiot because you want to take your camera to the strippers for a YouTube.
Yeah, okay, all right. No, but I've seen Geelong people in the comments, really give personal sledges, and then that's if they want to do.
Oh! I just killed Lucas. Sorry, go again. Keep going.
I don't have a problem if people want to call me out or, call me a dickhead or a fucking idiot. That's fine. That doesn't bother me. But at the same time, I don't. People thought I hate Chris Scott. I never hated Chris Scott. I just got sick of losing in fucking prelims. I don't hate Shannon Neal. I just hate the hype around him. That people, just like Kingy did, And just like you did, even though you probably didn't do it deliberately, but you put his name with Hawkins. I don't like that. If we traded Carino for Neil, we wouldn't mention Hawkins at all. Because
there's always hype around key position players, though, Lucas. That's the thing. Whenever you get a gun key position player, there's always hype.
I would
But
also
why is there
argue
no one
that we're not
hyping-
necessarily comparing. We're saying that they both play the same position. Sorry, I'm
but why is there no?
I dropped a Ninja Turtle hand on the ground.
Why is there no one hyping Max Holmes to Gary Ablett? That's my question. If we're going to hype Neil to Hawkins, why is no one hyping Max Holmes, which I think is fucking ridiculous? Don't even start that. But why is no one hyping that? Why is it Hawkins and Neil and not someone else?
But people are always making stupid.
You're the first one I've heard
comparisons.
say that. I've never heard anyone compare Max Holmes to Gary Ablett. You're the first one I've heard say that.
I think Lucas was making a deliberately kind of loose and flippant sort of one there, but at the same time, to kind of then link why if people are going to compare Hawkins to Neil, then why not Holmes to Ablett? No, and I get the kind of rationale, but I guess the difference is your midfielders are a dime a dozen. I mean, like there's a million of them. There's especially in this modern game, there's a million of them playing at a very high standard. We just saw Matt Rowell win a Brownlow, obviously. Your forwards, I mean, the reason why people are going to make that link, whether we like it or not, and I'm not saying they're necessarily right for that, by the way, but people are going to make that link Hawkins to Neil simply because Hawkins left, Neil came in. And like there's a very clear, definitive, you are the next key forward for us. There's two of them, right? Like that's a position on the field sort of thing. Like you are the new magnet that sits in this spot. Done.
To be fair though, there are like people are always sort of it's the next this or the next that. Like when Tomahawk came into the side, like was it Dennis Pagan or that going? Like when Pagan was coach of Carlton the second game, he's comparing him to Tony Lockett. It's like
you did.
Tom was like nothing. Like there will never be another Plugger. Like I've never seen like Plugger was a force of fucking nature, and I've never I could go on about Plugger for a while, but the bottom line is that there are some kind of it's basically when you particularly with key positions, you get a bloke that comes in and in the situation where it's like, well, Tomahawk's coming to the end of his career and he, Shannon Neal's the incumbent, and they're both superior athletic specimens. There's gonna be some comparison there, but I look, I'm gonna say right now that as far as athleticism goes, Shannon Neal's got Tomahawk covered every day of the week and then something,
without doubt.
But as far as strength and things like just footy, just basic footy things. Like I remember watching Tomahawk going out to Princes Park and watching Tomahawk playing for Vic Metro, and it was pissing down. And he's just taken one grabbers over three blokes like it's nothing. And I'm like this guy's just a man amongst children here. And then, he came into the league and sort of showed that, he had that ability. But really it took him 4 or 5 years to sort of get a handle on that. So to be fair, considering we basically took Shannon Neal at 33, and we took a flyer on him. This bloke's an athlete and all that, but we think he can play football. It's the same sort of discussion I was having with people 10, 15 years ago about Blitz. I'm like, we've sort of drafted him as an athlete that we think we can mold into a footballer. but you've got to see some footy nous there to want to continue with that. Because one of the arguments I had, and if you like, I'm not going to do it, but I remember getting into an argument with someone on Big Footy back in like 2013 or 2014 when Blitz started.
How often Big Footy's coming up tonight.
And everywhere, and I got into this like, oh, Blitz is a spud, you know, he can't fuck, he's disposal shit and la la la. Why are we playing this bloke? And I said to him, look, I said, you can work on skills. I said, watch how Blitz plays. He's got the athletic background, but his dad was an international basketballer. His sister's an international basketballer. He sees particularly defensively. He sees the field like a basketballer.
He can read it really, really well.
Now, you play basketball, Paul, so you understand when I say talk about the passing lanes.
Yep.
Right. Now, okay, the basketball's not played the same way, sort of at NBA level, the way it was 10 years ago.
But also, let's look at some of the players who've sorry, I know you're not trying to like make a critique here, but like look at some of the players who've absolutely thrived in this game in recent years, and they're the ones that know a little bit about basketball. We're seeing it with Ollie Dempsey. Scott Pendlebury is probably the best example of it. The way he just understands where the pieces are going, and those as you just mentioned, like the passing lanes, the leading lanes, the angles, like you just know where to go. Like there's a sixth sense for it.
Exactly, and I so it's like watch the way Blitz runs the angles defensively. It's like he knows it's called the passing lanes. He knows where the ball's going, and he run. Particularly sort of the guarding space sort of thing. It's like he's perfect for that because he understands because he knows where the ball's going, right? He knows where the options are, where to put himself, where he can cover the most. He can cover the most options without actually having to be man on man with a bloke. And people go, "Oh, you fucking don't know what you're talking about." It's like no, like. I know. I'm seeing a bloke who's seeing the game in a different way, and just needs a bit of time. And then when he starts winning a couple of best and fairest and shit like that, it's like, yeah, okay, that's I knew that's why we got him. That we saw that he knew how to do that, and he did that. And I see the same. And I see the same thing. And I think it's a very it's working. Obviously working really well with Ollie Dempsey. Just that ability to run end to end and do the business in that way. Work really hard defensively, but then offensively, it's like he's off the chain. Like nobody. And you know who Dempsey reminds me of? People used to say Matthew Stokes. It's like, oh, la la la. Very similar player. Nobody ran end to end harder than Matthew Stokes. It's like, oh, he gets these cheap goals, and I'm like, yeah, but that's because Matthew Stokes is a smart player. He knows when to run to get out the back and get those. People call them cheapies, but it's like. It's like that one that where Danger had that shot at goal in the Brisbane game, and Dempsey was there to just poke it through. And he ran 150 metres to get to that goal. And that was the sort of thing that Matthew Stokes used to do all the time. Nobody ran harder to make the option to do that. And it's like, it's those sorts of guys that it's like you've just got to see that these guys know. They know how to read the play.
Ollie Dempsey, like Matty Stokes and several others, they are the epitome of the old work smarter, not harder thing. Now, don't get me wrong, they work very hard as well, but like it's that intellect, it's that game sense, it's reading the play, all those sorts of things. Like that's what's made them so excellent over so long. And obviously we've now got Ollie Dempsey doing it these days.
When you're done. We only have one more.
Yeah, I remember Ollie Dempsey's debut game. I think it was in Tasmania against North.
Yeah, well, it was a Tassie game. He got all his mates there. They had his name spelled out on their guts. in the
I'm
crowd.
pretty sure it was against North Melbourne.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure, yeah, I remember it because I was in hospital that time on that weekend, and I was listening to it on the AFL thing website. Yeah, and I watched it when I got back home, and I watched it on replay and everything. Yeah, and I when I saw his debut, I'm just like, wow, you know, like he didn't like make the most of his opportunities, and not everything came off, but the smarts and the stoppages and the way he was able to just like find these backward handballs over the head and tap outs to teammates and stuff like that, all those kind of 1%ers. I'm just like, wow, this kid's got
It's the game
something
sense.
special.
It's that game sense. And again, I think the basketball background probably helps because you do have to have that awareness in that game, probably more than most because of the tight confines as well. I'm seeing a bit of love in the chat here for Dave Wojcinski all of a sudden for his speed. Joel, hang on, we're really diving into the archives here. We've got Dave Wojcinski popping up, Joel Corey's popping up. There's a bit of love for some of our legends of the club all of a sudden. Where's Max Brook?
Can I say about? I want to say now that Wojak come up. Can I just say? I remember like he did his knee.
He did
early in 2008, and I think we brought him. Did we bring him back? I think we brought him back for the prelim. We brought him back in late in the season or in the finals. And then we left him out for the granny. And I said, we're going to regret that because one thing we need, this is the thing, even though his disposal wasn't always, he wasn't a pinpoint passer or that. It's like he was kind of like almost like what Bailey Smith is now. It's
a line
like
breaker.
He was a 100-meter player. He would run 50 meters and kick it 50 meters. Like he was a line breaker, and it's like we're gonna need line breakers. So why we've sort of brought him to this point, and now we're gonna leave him out? Like I couldn't. We're gonna regret that. And we did.
So the refresher on Wojak, just to give you that little bit of detail. So injured a tendon in his right finger during a 2008 preseason practice match, and then found he required surgery for his little finger. He made a quick recovery from surgery playing against Essendon in round 2, but then during 2008, round 15, saw him injure his Achilles, ruling him out until the prelim final against the Dogs.
Yeah, and then we played him in that game, I think, and then we left him out of the granny, and I was like, that is a mistake. It's like, why bring him back, give him one game? Why bring him back, give him one game, and then leave him out when he's exactly what we need against this mob? It was just one of those, like, I don't like that. To me, is like we've made two extremely questionable decisions at the selection table. Like finals defining selection decisions.
I thought Wojcinski played all 3 grand finals.
He played three. He played in the 3 flags, but he didn't play in 2008. We dropped him.
Oh, okay.
And it was a mistake.
Oh, that one. Right. Yeah, that dark day.
The other one, if I don't, like, you might remember this, Paul.
Don't talk to me about
2013.
Yep.
Tomahawk had sort of osteitis pubis or something, like he'd had a back groin sort of thing going on all year.
That 2013 and 14, you were fairly heavily compromised due to his back in particular.
Right, but remember, it's like all year he'd had a bit of a back niggle. We didn't rest him. We didn't rest him all year. And then it got to that first final, and we're like, oh, now we're going to rest him. And we lost. It's like, are you kidding me? It's like, why, if he was okay for all these other rounds, are we leaving him out now? Like, that just did not make any sense to me at all. It's like, and that hurt us big time that year.
Well, perhaps they've learned from that now. Perhaps they've learned from these mistakes, and they've actually managed players throughout the season so that they're firing at the right time of year.
No, I think we've seen that real endeavour in the last few years, not just from Geelong also, but lots of other teams in the comp. Some are doing it better than others, and sometimes there's a bit of bad luck. And if we even want to hone in on the Cats season this year, you can have the best laid plans, and then Tom Stewart can get concussed in a prelim. Like, there's some things that are out of your control, but the club has done a pretty exceptional job of managing their players and their health to get us to a point where Reece Stanley did a hamstring, but whether we select him or not remains to be seen, but I think he's absolutely available and could play. And so you're missing Tom Stewart and Toby Conway, right? That's it. In terms of those who can't play.
The only thing with that, though,
he's
is that in
because he was emergency for the prelim.
Oh, sorry, and I guess
so they're not,
TB is another game, but not through injury.
The only thing with that, though, is
we don't talk about it.
In 2008, we're smashing teams in June and July. And then when it got to the end of the year, guys started to get hurt. Like Chappie got hurt and a few blokes were starting to, feel the pinch. And then Tom Harley got knocked out in the granny and that certainly didn't help and all that. And that was the thing. Aside from that, we were slowing down the more the final series went on. And then that was when the next year, after that classic St Kilda game in 2009, where we were both undefeated in round 13 and they beat us, we started resting blokes. And then, we sort of had a bit of a middling record for the rest of the year, but we'd already done the hard work and we just managed our guys for the rest of the season. And I'm telling you, when it got to the first round of the finals, that we were playing Footscray in that first week, and I looked at the odds that morning, and we were outsiders, and I just looked at it like, we're gonna flog these blokes today. We're gonna pump them. This is what we've been waiting for all year, and I unloaded my whole betting account on us at $2.05 or something like that. We're going to kill them. And we were we come out and slammed on the first 6 goals and were never headed after that. We're foxing here. We're foxing. So that's what annoyed me about 2013. It's we know how this works. Why are we bloody resting Tom Hawkins in the first week of the finals when he's had a back problem all year? We could have sat him out for 3 or 4 weeks or 5 weeks through the season and got through it, and we're pulling him out now. And then it's I don't know, it smacked of I don't want to say mismanagement, but there's a little bit of arrogance here that even going into the game, it's Tom Hawk's not playing. It's why? Do we really think that we're just going to, because it's a Geelong,
walk over them,
waltz over these guys? But this is further to the thought of why I'm asking the hard questions of Lucas here, is because between 2011 and 2022, I questioned whether we learned whether we really sort of learned our lessons, and we didn't. And that's why I think we left 2, maybe even 3 flags on the bloody table there. And to our credit, we did actually learn, and we bounced back and won that flag in 2022. Last year, I just think it was a case of you need luck. You need luck on your side to
They
win
exploded at the
flag.
right time, Brisbane. Geelong had the majority of that game, 3/4 of that game, and they just got us for the right block of 30 minutes.
The best
and Ollie
player
Henry
on the
nearly
ground.
pulled it out and won
I
it for us
think-
too. But just
Right,
not quite.
the best
that
player on the
prelim
ground.
last year, with
The
that
best player on
prelim
the
last
ground
year,
comes off.
I blame analysis paralysis. When they were discussing whether to sub out Max Holmes or not, and this went on for like 20 minutes of trying to
did
discuss
drag
whether they're
that
going
one
to
out,
sub him
yeah.
out or not. And in that time, the lead went from 25 to 1.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
agree
Exactly.
with that. Yeah,
Like,
So
I
that's
mentioned
what
that in
cost
the.
us. They
Yeah,
should have just
I
made
mentioned
the
that.
call straight away. I felt
Yeah,
the game
no,
slipping.
correct.
and
No, I
after
agree with
one or
that.
2 goals, it's like, right, that's it. Make a decision.
Yeah, I mentioned
That's
that
what
on the
cost us.
post game show. I said we took
way
too long to make
make
a
the
decision
call.
on Max Holmes. And that's
but he was,
that,
the best player.
that's true.
He was the best player on the ground at the time.
I get
Big
that.
call,
so-
Craig. So like you can appreciate a little bit of a
But you
delay,
just
but
had to
yeah,
make a
it probably
decision.
still took too long.
yeah, we had to. Yeah,
The
and
indecision.
ever since that, Chris Scott just lost me. That's the day that Chris Scott lost me, and I thought, you know what, he's not the coach everyone thinks. Now we bet our rivals. I think this is one of our best prelim finals in years, beating Hawthorn. I think that was absolutely fantastic. Probably better than beating Sydney in the grand final because there were no competition. But you know, when I say I don't care about next week whether we win or draw, that's not true. I want to win every single game for my club. This is why I get pissed off at the corporates because they want their finals to be played in Melbourne, where I want to play in Geelong because it gives us a better chance. Paul, you know this. I mention this all the time. Yes, the corporates. Yes, the corporate fucking such and such. But I want Geelong to win every game. That's me. Right? Now, that's not going to happen. I get that. You know, the reality is we're going to lose games. That's reality. But
Shit happens. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. It does. But at the same time, if we would have lost that prelim, I would have been done with Chris Scott. I would not. Wouldn't have want to know his name. Wouldn't know how he's coach. I would have been out. I was never Chris Scott out. People accuse me of saying, "Oh, he's a Chris Scotter. He doesn't like Chris Scott." That's not true. 2 years ago, when you started the post game live, I was all over Chris Scott. I was all over Chris Scott before then. But that prelim lost, and let's be honest, if we win that prelim, we smashed Sydney again. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, right? And that's where I started to think, you know what? He's won 2 flags. He's won the Bomber flag, where I strongly believe. I know Horatio disagrees with me. I don't know about King, but I think Bomber wins that grand final. I think he wins that flag that year with that team. And then in the 2022, you know, I paid attention to this. You know, everybody was done. Everybody was cooked, or they're not as good as they once were the previous years, like Collingwood. And I thought,
Bomber
why
was
is
too
Chris
busy
Scott?
throwing frozen water, so there was no
Yeah.
way he was going to coach us to
Yeah.
anything.
What? That's when I said to myself, Horatio, what has this guy actually done? What's this guy really, really done? That's when I started to turn. I was never a Chris Scott fan out. People on Discord, people in comments saying, well, Lucas just hates fucking Chris Scott. Never the case. But I just didn't like that prelim loss. That changed everything for me.
No, look, I'll tell you I'll tell you. I'll keep it pretty simple because I'd like to get the King's opinion on this as well.
Yeah,
The King. There's a title. I like that.
Like,
Put your crown on, mate. A little bit of this.
like,
for a second,
I'll put
please.
it this way: we're like, I go back to the 2010. I go back to the 2010 prelim. We were 100 points behind in that game.
Oof.
Like, we got pantsed. They put the cue back in the rack and we piled on the garbage time goals. But we were disgraced in that game. And, you know, Junior played out of his skin and we're all sitting there going, he's crying. And he comes like, he's going. He's gone. Like, we knew he was leaving. And I turned around and the mates that I was with and I said, Bomber's got to go. And it wasn't, we lost, so sacked the coach. He wasn't going to coach beyond 2000. He'd already said, I'm not going to coach. I'm not going to renew my contract. And he only had 1 year to go. I'm like, he's checked out already. Like all this shit with, having to answer questions about junior all year and stuff. It's like, he's done. He's had enough. I'm like, we need to get somebody else in here to have a look at it while we've still got a core of a side that I think can still win a flag.
Compete, yeah.
And within like a couple of weeks, Bomber's like, I'm going to Essendon. And I'm like, good. This is what we need. We need someone, as long as we get the right bloke in there. And this is the thing, like what Lucas is saying, like I'm telling you, all the Geelong supporters I knew are going, that's it, we're done. That's the end of the era. And I'm just like, no, we get the right bloke in here we get the right coach here to come in and just reinvigorate the guys and get them motivated again. We could win another one. And I'm telling you, I put that 2011 side up there with the 2007 side. Like, I don't think there's as much in it as people would think on face value.
No, the gap's pretty small, I would say. I would argue that 2007 is not that dissimilar to what Luke's describing as 2022, where the competition just wasn't there. Obviously, Port got us in that final home and away game, but I
never thought
we've all got the perspective now where there's not much to it. We were probably a little bit more worried going into the grand final because of what had just happened. But in retrospect, it's pretty obvious that the gulf between the two teams was huge.
No,
I remember saying to a Collingwood mate of mine,
I disagree with that.
Time when we were going through coaches, and there was a few names floating about, and Chris Scott I was like, we need to get Chris Scott. He is going to be a player's coach. And he's going to come but he's got footy nous, and he'll come in, and he's the perfect dude to come in here and reinvigorate this squad and get them up and about, because he's a player's player. He's a player's man, right? He will give these guys their head and let them do, but he'll say, okay, they'll say, well, we're going to do this. And he'll say, well, what about this? And I think that's what happened. If Bomber had coached another year, we wouldn't have won that flag. I've got no doubt about that. It's what happened after that year that I've got a problem with, because there was a lot of very questionable things that sort of went on. And as I've said before on here, it's like 2021, I'm like, that's it. Like, it's whatever we're doing, it's not working. And if this belting doesn't wake the club up as to we got to do something different, then nothing's gonna, and we're just going to be sort of in this, we're there or thereabouts, that's okay, without getting into grand finals or winning. Well, it's not mediocrity, but it's just like, yeah, you can win a bunch of games, but this is that sort of that thing of like, hey, we're not just here to be competitive and sort of put ourselves in contention. We're here to win the bloody thing. That ruthlessness, I feel like it just wasn't there. Like, I think we just thought we were going to go, we were just going to do our thing and it would happen. And clubs that like Hawthorn, that have that ruthlessness about them.
The mongrel about them. And Richmond had that through that period as well. And I think you're 100% right. And I think that we carried we've got Hawkins, we've got Selwood, we've got Dangerfield, we've got Ablett. Like, we kind of had that, it's just going to happen.
Right. And I think,
attitude.
And I've seen, and have we not have, and I've talked about this ad nauseum, when I've talked to you and talked to Ben and all that I think the mongrel is there. I think the intent is there, and I think we've seen that in these two finals that we mean business, and when we mean business, we win.
Yeah.
We win. So let's cast that eye now because what is it? Post midnight. Well, sorry, not for you, Lucas, but fuck you in your South Australian time. Let's cast an eye forward to. We've been wallowing in the past for a while now. Let's cast an eye to a grand final of all things. We've been wallowing in the past, and we've got a grand final this weekend to compete in. So talk to me, Kingy. Kick us off. What are you thinking when it comes to the grand final this weekend?
Okay, well, firstly, what was it? Not Tom Stewart. What was it? Reece Stanley.
Yep.
Right. He was an emergency for the prelim. Okay, so you're not going to name an emergency if they're not available. So he's right to go.
Is he the one that comes in though? Because Jed Hughes is also an emergency. But who else was the emergency? Who was the other emergency for that game?
I don't remember. I just heard that he was an emergency.
Ollie Henry, I think, was the other emergency.
Look at Lucas has perked up. His desk lifted a few inches.
Yeah, so
it wasn't my desk that moved a few inches. Trust me.
I like it when Blitz and Reece are able to like swap around with the rucks and stuff like that, depending on which area of the ground it is and stuff like that. But I think because of Tom Stewie's out, I think he's going to have to go in and fill that role in the back line. And that's why Reece would have to come into the ruck anyway, like he was going to. So Reece is into the ruck and send Blitz back. I reckon that's what they're going to have to do. Where is Collar Jasny? I haven't heard anything about Collar for ages.
It sounds like his body's like he could technically play, but now due to the position that we're in, he's not going to get the match practice and those sort of things. So I just don't think he's going to get a gig. The timing's just really unfortunate for him.
Yeah, it is.
Didn't they have Kohler listed this season? Out for the season? I think they ruled Kohler out for the year.
Oh, okay.
Kingy, would you prefer Collar Jasny in over Buse?
Justice for Jed.
I think he's probably just like the bigger body in terms of like Tom Stewart and Jack Henry and all that. Jed Buse is more of a tagger or something, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean,
negating.
He's one of the few that did.
I'm big on the idea
job on Buddy
going
Franklin.
to Charlie Curnow, then leaving your Lawson Humphreys and those sorts of guys to deal with the Kai Lomans, and obviously we know that Cam Rayner is going to be probably joined by Mark O'Connor again, but I think that's how you get those three going. So for my mind, and I mean, look, I've been beating this drum about Jed for a while now, so take it with a grain of salt, but I really feel like Jed is the one. And Blitzars can just do his thing in the ruck. They've got two key tools in Gallup and Morris. And if obviously they've got their two rucks at the moment, like they've decided to go down the McInerney and
the Big O,
Big O and Darcy Fort path. And I just reckon that if in the event that one decides to float down and be a third tall or something like that, that's when a bit like what I was suggesting for the Cats and Hawks game, that that's when Sam de Koning floats over and deals with whoever it is that comes down there. He's the one that's got the actual height and reach of the three. He goes and partners up with whoever that is, while Jack Henry deals with Morris or Gallup and O'Sullivan deals with the other. And honestly, just to put that out there, I'd be saying O'Sullivan to Gallup and Morris with Jack Henry.
I said this on my
Buse' lack of form as well.
I mean, he's still been playing.
Couple of times I've seen Buse play, he hasn't played the best.
Okay.
Hasn't had the best game.
Yeah, I said this on my YouTube channel today when I did a show.
Quickly plug it. Make sure people know where to go. For those who are still listening
the Geelong zone. It's pretty funny that I'm getting treated more with the Carlton supporters I am with this channel, Paul. That's a bit concerning.
I keep shit staring you because every time you decide to go live, it's roughly at the same time that I'm going on. Like, mate,
sorry.
You want to play with the big fish? I'll treat you like you're a small fish in a big pond. Get fucked.
Yeah, you're going on when the jumper punch guys are having an off night, dude.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they're so nice to me. I said that if we were to lose this grand final, this would be a bigger waste than last year. Our two finals against Hawthorn, against Brisbane, I thought that we played as best as we could, and we smashed them both. Now I said it won't be I don't think it'll be as easy in the grand final. I don't think it'll be that easy. I think we'll win probably by a couple of goals, but I said it would be a wasted year. Now again, this is not me saying Chris got out if we did lose, because we've got past that prelim, but after beating Brisbane once,
tick the box next to his legacy game, Chris Scott legacy game, tick. Moving on.
And after beating Brisbane, then after beating Hawthorn for me, I think they beat Brisbane or Collingwood. I also said that. I think they smoke those two teams if they played. There's no way Hawthorn would bother.
I felt like the winner of our game is the team.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought the winner of our game will win the grand final, especially if it's Hawthorn. I hope not, because I don't like their absolute scum supporters in their football club. But I felt like whoever won this game would probably win the grand final. So I think it's a waste. If we were to lose, this would be a huge waste of a year. I
said to my missus before the first Geelong Brisbane game, the winner of this game is going to win the flag.
Mm.
I think we need to win this one. We just really need to win it, and I think we will. I think we will. I think we.
I feel like the players are driven to do it for Max and Holmes as well.
Mm.
Whatever we're driven by, we're driven.
Driven to get in one.
Whatever motivates them, as long as it gets the job done, then I'm happy.
And Danger wants that premiership captain. He wants it badly. You can just tell that.
Honestly, I guess the thing that I would push back on when it comes to this, so I don't think if you've made it to a grand final, I don't think you need to look for external motivation like Max Holmes, like Paddy Dangerfield. Like I think it's right there in front of you. I think you've got all you need, the incentive wise, right there. It's just about going for it.
Who saw Danger's interview after the game on Saturday, and they asked him, "Who do you want to play?" He's like, "Well, I don't care who we play. We're ready."
Yeah.
Anytime, anywhere.
That's what you want to hear.
The one thing that concerns me, I also said this on my show, is that if we were playing Collingwood, I don't think the Tom Stewart out would hurt us as much. But because Brisbane have big, taller forwards, that could, especially Logan Morris. If Logan Morris leeches off the chain and kicks 5 or 6, we're in real trouble. Because also, if you can remember, Tom Stewart was also our better player in that first final against Brisbane. He was one of our better players.
Floated around and intercepted. Yeah, they didn't.
So against Collingwood, are more small, medium forward dominant, where it probably won't matter if Stewart was out. This is a bigger loss because of Brisbane's tall forward line.
Who we're playing.
Yeah, that's the only thing that concerns me.
I'm with Paul on this though. When Tom Stewart is out, Zaf Guthrie goes to another level, and he was enormous on Friday night. He was already playing well, and then he just went up another gear. So I think with them not having Hipwood in there, I think us not having Stewart is not as.
Each other.
But like I say, when you've got a bloke who goes to another level every time Tom Stewart is out, and he's proven it time and time again, then that I've got a fair bit of confidence. And look, and the thing is, if we, like you saw what happened on Friday night, once we sort of tightened up and shook the rust off, and they couldn't get out of the guts anymore, like with any kind of system whatsoever, it was over. Like, and the funny thing was, I will say, like at quarter time, I was just like, look, the only thing that I worried about here, like we needed Danger to get that goal. Like if they'd got another goal before, like we hadn't got that goal on the board, the result could possibly have been different. I was like, we just needed to get that goal. But I messaged my missus, said, oh, thank God we got that goal. And she's like, look, I'm like, when I was driving down, I actually sort of thinking to myself, the only way we're going to lose this game tonight if we get 2 or 3 injuries in the first quarter, and we're playing like a man down.
And Tom Stewart out of nowhere.
And then it fucking happened, and then the bloody that little prick kicked that goal out of his ass, and it's like,
Wizard.
Fuck! I've been saying to you guys all week, don't worry about it. But this is the sort of bullshit that always happens against Hawthorn. Like, it's not going to happen again, is it? And I went outside. I had a cigarette. Messaged with Mrs. She's like, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We will." She said, "Don't worry about it. We'll win this game." And usually it's the other way around. And when I watched the replay the other night, Jason Dunstall at quarter time actually said, Hawthorn have fired their best shot here, and they're only 2 goals in front. They're in trouble. Like, and this is Jason Dunstall saying this. And she said, when I was watching it, she said to me, this is why when I messaged you, I said, we'll win this game. We'll be all right. She said, that's why I said it. When Jason Dunstall, one of the most one-eyed hawkers of all time, is saying, I think Hawthorn have fired their best shot here.
Yeah.
And they're only 2 goals in front. I was like, yeah, fair enough.
You could see in those last 5 minutes, you could see the game changing. Geelong hadn't really piled on the scoreboard. In fact, we only kicked the 1 goal really late. But you could see all of a sudden it was being played in the Geelong half a bit, which actually, to be fair, it was kind of happening even early on. It's just that our uncontested possession now, wasn't great. Like, we just couldn't get our hands on the ball in uncontested space. We finally started shuffling the pieces around come quarter time to really take advantage of that, but we started wrestling possession back. We kept it in the forward half. We were starting to zone off properly and intercept the ball going the other way. Like, you could see that momentum changing, and we just needed time for the scoreboard to do its thing. But yeah, they shook off that rust, as you said.
I agree. I agree with that. My guest, Bo, said that they threw their best punches in the first quarter. All their best players threw their best punches in the first quarter. And I don't know if any of you saw my video before the game started. I said if we neutralise Jarman, Impey, and Carl Amon with forward line pressure and not let them just walk it out with ease like they did against the Crows and GWS, we'll win this game. Now, how many times did you see? I thought Jarman Impey was terrible in that game. I thought we did really well. He was good in the third quarter. He showed fight in the third quarter.
At moments.
But he was
when they threw him up forward because he was doing nothing anywhere else.
Yeah. But how many times did you see Amon and Impey run out halfback and then kick the ball into the wing? How many times did you see that? Like, they just became so predictable. And during the first quarter, I actually was worried. I thought, fuck, we've lost Stewart, we've lost Henry. There's no chance now. They're up.
I'm with you. I was worried because of an injury. Spec. Like, oh shit, we're just going to be so depleted that we can't hang on here.
Yeah, I thought they're up by 3-4 goals. The game's over because I was with Geary. He said the same thing. He said the game's over. I said, yeah, we have to play out of our ass to win this game. Thank God Dangerfield did do that. But they just became too vanilla Hawthorn. They did nothing after quarter time. I applaud Mitchell a little bit. I thought he coached a very good game. He put in CJ in the midfield, Chol in the ruck. I thought that worked to an extent. But
CJ played pretty
best, well. Yeah, their best punches was in the first quarter. So that's credit to us. We were absolutely fantastic. I think Hawthorn played a 7 out of 10 game. I don't think they were that bad, but we were better. So this is why I said if we do not win this flag, if we do not beat Brisbane this week, this is more wasted than when we lost to Sydney in the prelim, more wasted than last year. We just need to win this week. There's no excuses. Just needs to win this week. And if we don't, will I be a Chris Scott out? Well, I'll be very disappointed. But at the same time, Chris Scott did prove me wrong. They did beat our best rival in the prelim in Hawthorn. He did prove me wrong. See, I can admit that, Paul. I can admit that.
2 years out. It's done.
Yeah.
Finally.
It's gonna as always. It's gonna depend on the context.
Yeah.
It's like that's my thing with the prelim last year. I don't think it was a case of was Chris Scott out coached. I don't think so. We were in a position to win with 90 seconds to go, and the players were the ones that made the skill errors. I don't think it had anything to do with anything that Chris Scott was doing. So it's like
and I agree with the rationale. You could then say the same thing about 2013 because had Travis Scott, obviously we know about Silk's goal at one end, but Travis Varco had the opportunity to respond and he just missed. And
look,
the story would be completely different.
I'd forgotten about that, but there was a lot of errors. Well, there was a lot of skill errors in the last quarter of that prelim.
Don't get me wrong. Yeah, we kind of let it slip really, but
we were 4 goals up at 3/4 time, man. We should have put it away, but we
know what a Geelong and Hawthorn game can look like. I wasn't at all surprised when they came back, but Varco had the opportunity to
from 3/4 time
and win us the game. And he just missed.
I always felt like we just needed one more goal. And we never got it.
Yeah, well, that's true. But even if Varco kicked that goal, I don't think we would have won it had it gone to extra time anyway. They were all over us, man. But like that's the thing. It's just there are times when it's like, but that's the thing. It's like I made the point earlier in the year. It's like when Brisbane smashed us down at Geelong. It's like I don't think this is this is not the coaching. The players have got it. Like they're doing something out there that the players have to respond to, right? They're kind of when you see the defense sagging off and doing those sorts of things, you've got to, as a player, adjust your mentality on the run, right, and make good decisions. And that didn't happen. And our ball use, aside from that, was just appalling. As opposed to the GWS game where it's like, we got to block the middle up and we didn't do it. And it's like, that's just bad coaching. Like you knew they were going to do
that was the don't get beaten by what you know, and you know exactly how GWS plays their game and you let it happen.
Right. And then we played right into their hands. It's like, fucking hell, what are you doing? And that was what I meant about the Sydney game. It's like, Sydney's got to do the same thing on that tiny little ground. And we actually responded. And that was the moment where I'm like, okay.
Listen,
this is not the Geelong of 2012 to 2021 where we don't learn from these sorts of things. It's like, no, we know where we've got to do the business, what we've got to change here and what we've got to be awake to. And that was the thing. It's like when I talked to Ben on Thursday night before the game, I said, look, it's pretty simple. What's that dude from SEN, Hoyne or whatever his name is? Yeah. He basically said our strength is ball movement and our weakness is score off turnover. And what happened in the first quarter? Our ball movement was terrible and we got scored off on the turnover. Like I was saying to the folks of this guy, was like, this is the thing. If we use the ball well, playing to our strength will mitigate that weakness. And in the first quarter, you saw where we don't move the ball well, we are vulnerable to getting scored on turnovers. That's exactly what happened. But as soon as we tightened up our ball use and started to make better decisions and hit targets and shit, they couldn't get going.
Yeah.
And it's simple as that.
Don't get me started on that ridiculous Brisbane game at the GMHBA where we did that white T-shirt bullshit. If that ever happens again, I want Paul shot. I'm going to blame it on Paul. If we ever go down that ridiculous path
I didn't even
again,
go last time around.
Well, it was just absolutely. That's the most ridiculous. I was embarrassed that night. It's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen from our football club with that promo shit. And we didn't even turn up for that game anyway. So don't get me started on that game. I agree with your points with the Sydney game because I was, we were down 20 points and I thought, yep, Sydney have turned up with their players and we've capitulated and we didn't know. We fought back. So I agree with you on that point. I'm gonna head off. But what I will say is that look, there is a difference between last year and this year. I can see that. All right. It's just when I was saying, Chris Scott legacy game, blah blah blah. I just didn't want to lose another prelim. I just didn't want to fucking. I think this is our best chance to win a flag since 2022. I think it's there for the taking. It won't be easy. No,
it's not a layup like 2022 was.
Yeah. I just want what's best for my club, and at times, sometimes Chris Scott isn't that. That's my opinion. And people can come at me hard as they want and say, you know what, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. That's completely fine. That's fine. But I just want to win every game, even though that's not going to happen. I want to win every year, even though that's not going to happen. That's just my mentality. That's just my ruthless mentality. I want to. I come from a cricket background. And that's how I played. Either I break my leg or I don't. That's how I played. So thank God I didn't break my leg. At times it feels like
I too. You just
that would have been a very short career if I did that.
I am totally with you, Lucas. It's just not based on like you're basing it on last year. I'm just not basing it on last year. I'm basing it on 2013, 2016, 2019, 2020. Where we should have won at least 2 of those goddamn flags, and we didn't because we were stubborn.
I agree with that. 2016, when we played that quarter against Sydney, that was terrible, that first quarter. I don't know what the fuck
that was a disgrace.
Don't remind me of that because I got interviewed by
ABC
I don't know what the way through. We don't talk about it.
I don't know what the fuck happened in that quarter. I got absolutely no idea because Dangerfield had 35, so would have 35.
I do. The same thing that bloody happened when we played them 6 months earlier. We got belted in exactly the same way.
Yeah, you tell me that those 2 players get 35 touches. You think Geelong by how many? And then that prelim which started the Hawthorn 3 pre. They're the only 3 games I have a problem with. The prelim against Hawthorn, the prelim against Sydney, and the prelim against Brisbane happens to be a prelim finals.
What about 2019, dude? That prelim against Richmond, we had them on fucking toes.
Yeah, I get that.
Dusty things.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like they were out. Yeah. They had
I get that.
They had Boston was out. Cotcher was on one leg, and Dusty was fucking hurt, and we let him win.
Well, Dusty did fuck all that game. Who was that player? Costagna. He kicked 2 or 3 goals in that game. Yeah,
Dusty, in the second half, Dusty fucking took over in that second half, and then the 2020 grand final, it's like, bloody hit this bloke. Like, why are you letting him just run around doing whatever he wants? Smash him. Like, this is the only bloke that's going to beat you tonight. Hit him with 2-3 blokes every single time he gets near the pill. You don't have to king hit him or do anything dirty. Just make him earn it. Make him feel it. And we did nothing. And all the scores they got in the first half of that granny, the only reason they were anywhere near us was scores that he kicked or he gave off to somebody else. And then they just did it and you know what? And the thing that shitted me the most is that Dimmer would have just said, these blokes are soft, mate. You just got to lift the pressure. You just got to lift the pressure and they'll cave. They'll cave like little bitches, and we did.
You're predicting that's exactly what he said. I don't know if you've watched that Amazon documentary, but that's 100% what he said.
If that was the 90s, they would have
from the club rooms or from the race or from the huddle, whatever.
I'll tell you this, Horatio.
Really? Did I haven't seen that. Did he really say that?
Yep.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
It was. They knew.
If that was the 90s or 80s, there's no way Dustin Martin would have done that. He would have left on a stretcher. We would have absolutely destroyed him. Yeah.
But again, that's probably one of those ones we can't really
within
compare.
reason. We're not going to.
Where's Mark Yates when you need him?
Exactly. That's exactly it. Yeah. Well, the only problem Mark Yates had is that he didn't hit Dermy hard enough. That was the only problem.
Not enough ribs broken.
Yeah, not enough ribs broken. He played well after that, didn't he, Dermy, that little prick?
Hang on. For 1 minute, while we're on the retro thing, I want to ask the three of you a question.
Don't ask me about 89.
Right.
I was born that year.
Neither was I.
Yeah, but surely,
years away.
surely you've seen this game.
Yeah, I have.
Now, now I'm telling you, like, I was there, we were there, like, or we watched it, like, they've just put in one of the all-time great finals performances. Now, I had my Geelong mate say to me, that's the greatest finals game ever played. And I was like, no. Go and watch the 1989 preliminary final and you will see the single greatest individual performance played in any game of football in the history of the game. Now, I don't know if you guys have those of you who were sort of a bit young or not old enough to, if you've watched the 89 prelim and how Senior played that day, surely you've seen the goals and the marks he was taking that day alone.
I've seen the highlights. I haven't seen the full replay, but I've seen the highlights. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I'll let King also speak on that as well.
No point asking me.
Jesus, I'll bring you into it and you give me nothing. I don't. As Paul knows, I don't watch replays. So when Geelong win or lose, I don't bother.
I still haven't rewatched 2022 yet.
Ask me about 97 onwards.
97 onwards. Okay. Well, 90s wasn't a good year for us, King. We lost 3 grand finals, two to a cheating state team, right, and the other to a brown paper bag team.
No.
Now you know the game I'm talking about, guys. That was the classic.
I'm in Adelaide, guys. Adelaide.
You know the game. You know the game I'm talking about, don't you guys? That was the classic, like, Dennis Cometti. That was a classic Dennis Cometti. That's not a party. That's not a mark. That's a party trick.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, if you're looking to warm up for the granny, it's on YouTube. Everybody watch the 1989 prelim and watch the greatest game. You think Danger's game on Friday night was amazing, which it was. Watch the 89 prelim and watch the greatest individual game ever played. 23 positives, 13 marks, 8 goals, 5. And some of the greatest goals you will ever see.
Geelong
versus... There's something for you, Kingy.
Go for it, Kingy.
Yeah, who did we play? Geelong versus?
It was Essendon. They belted us by 13 goals in the first. Now, we haven't talked about Tommy Stewart, the Tommy Stewart situation. I just want to bring
catching up with you, mate.
I would just like to bring I just want to bring something up for Geelong supporters here, right? Because it's not an ideal situation and everything, but I just want to bring something up from that final series. And anybody who does themselves a favour and goes back and watches the 1989 prelim as a bit of a warm up for that, because we beat it after they flogged us by 13 goals in the first round of the finals. Hawthorn softened them up in the second week, and then we beat them by 16 goals in the prelim and made the granny. One of the best games we've ever played as a club, and like I say, Senior it's the best individual game I've ever seen.
How many did Salmon kick that game?
What's that?
How many did Paul Salmon kick that day?
He didn't kick any. I'm not even sure that he played, actually.
Oh, okay.
But what I will say, the week before, Dermy did a keynote speech earlier this year with Tim Watson, and they were talking about the 89 second semi. That was the one where Dermy wiped out obliterated Paul van der Haar. I mean, you may or may have not seen it, where he sent him into the middle of next week.
Yeah.
Well, earlier in the game, he actually sat Daisy Williams on his ass. Now, you may or may not remember Daisy Williams, regular state representative, two-time premiership player, frequently concussed. He got concussed in that game. Like
I'm learning a lot tonight, Paul. I'm learning a lot tonight.
He got really badly concussed in that game. Not as bad as Paul van der Haar was off with the fairies. He was out. He didn't play the next week against us. Darren Williams did. And he got a pretty hard hit very early on in the piece against us. Carted off, right, in not great nick. And the commentators are all going, oh, he'll be, he should be, he's just recovered. He should be right to come back on. Not only did he not come back on, he never played again.
Get a bit of dirt on
so
it. So right?
if you think concussion is just, like I said, it's happened before. I saw Daisy Williams cop a bloody hit that he should not have played the next week. He played the next week. He got another hit. He never played again. So, and this is the thing. Tom Stewart has been out with concussion at least twice. Three. Yeah. I was trying to count. It's like at least 3 times he's had to miss with concussion. So this is not the first time. So it's like, look, it's not ideal, but
we've got the bloke there to take care of it. Zach Guthrie, I wholeheartedly believe in.
There's no question as the wise thing would be to not let him play because it's the recurrence of it. So if you get concussed.
Yeah, we hear all the stuff about this kind of being a slippery
soon
slope.
After you've just been, because when it really causes a lot of damage. Get in.
Yeah.
That's all right.
No, and the thing is, if you watch the video, like people say, oh, he's hurt his wrist. No, he wasn't hurt his wrist. He was doing that I've been knocked out reaction where you sort of, they sort of go like this.
You grab onto something.
No, his wrist was fine. Like they sort of do that thing, or they sort of grab it. Like he was out. Like he got knocked out. So, he went
limbo, didn't he? He went limp, Yeah,
but like when he grabbed his wrist, they thought he'd injured his wrist. But it's like if you watch guys where they've been knocked out, their arms sort of go like this. They'll either grab their wrist or they're sort of like that.
The best example,
he
wasn't quite grabbing onto something, but the best example is Joel Selwyn when he got knocked senseless in 2010. Remember, like that one where his arms just got stuck up in the air, and then they just gradually lowered.
No, so did I. I thought he hurt his wrist.
I was terrified. I was there that night, and I thought
Joel's arm hurt his wrist.
Horrifying. It'll never be worse than the Richard Osman one where I actually thought he was dead.
Yeah, good one.
They had to get the bloody helicopter out there to get him, didn't they? Like he was like he went into a full bloody seizure.
The sound effects sealed the deal on that one.
But yeah,
Anyway, Lucas,
go for it, Kingy.
Lucas, before you go, you're going to the Aqaba on grand final day.
Me?
Yeah.
I was planning to go to Sky City, mate. That's my part. That's my thing. Sky City, Adelaide. That's my. I was there.
Oh God.
I was there last week with Kiri King. You should have been there.
No, they were doing ABBA and all sorts. I saw it.
Oh, we were doing absolutely everything. They had a band.
Lucas was getting his Waterloo on.
Yeah, all right.
You're about to go.
It's actually okay. All right.
Waterloo.
I've only got experience of catching in nightclubs, Paul. So relax. But it's listen. There was a band playing that night. Coincidental. They're actually called the Atomic Cats. And so me and Kiri decided to stay, and we were singing Mamma Mia. Yeah, ABBA. American, what's that song? Kids in America. We were singing that. We were going absolutely right. I've had my shirt off at one point.
Kids in America.
Yeah.
Could I ask? Being from Adelaide, Lucas, are you a fan of the Hindley Street Country Club?
I have seen a few videos on YouTube.
Money.
Yeah, not my style of music. I'm a '90s guy. I don't care about new age or '70s stuff. I'm a '90s person. A bit like Belinda Carlisle.
That done version of the songs you were just talking about there.
Yeah. That's my kind of music, like Belinda Carlisle, Celine Dion, like the real artists, not this Sabrina Carpenter crap, or Taylor Swift crap nonsense. I don't care about them. They wouldn't make it in any other era. In my opinion. But we've lost viewers now.
Sorry, mate. It's either the conversation matter or the fact that it's 12:51 p.m. So don't worry about it.
Oh, mate, this has been the History Channel tonight. I'm learning stuff that I would have never thought possible. Thanks to Horatio.
We're just a bunch of drunken bastards dribbling shit at this point.
Well, you've gave me an education, Horatio. With Blast from the Past, bringing up stuff I wasn't even born in. Since you're there, Horatio, what do you think of the '63 grand final?
Oh my god.
Well, I wasn't around for that, but
of course,
look, I will say what I do know about it is that Hawthorn won their first flag on the basis of basically taking training standards to another level.
Oh shit! We're actually going to talk about this.
Well, just briefly, what I know you're taking but I'll tell you what I know
about this one. Then we're going to get predictions for this grand final, and then I'm going to go get some sleep.
I'll tell you what I know. Like Hawthorn, Kennedy's Commandos, like they were a joke of a club for 35 years, and then Jack Hale and then John Kennedy took over and raised the standards. And they were way ahead of everybody else. Like Melbourne was dominating the 50s and Hawthorn was basically like, well, whatever we're lacking in skill and ability here, what we're going to do is be fitter than everybody else. And they had a bloke called Brendan Edwards who wasn't just as skilled as anybody else, but he was also fitter than everybody else. He owned a bunch of fitness centres. He owned a fitness centre around the corner from where I used to live in Melbourne, 20, 30 years after he played. He was a brilliant player, and they won their first flag off the back of that. And then we were like, then Bob Davis took over as coach after we'd had a bit of a lean period, and he was like, right, we're going to go back to the Geelong blueprint of quality key position players and fast, skillful ball movement. And what we're going to do is we're going to bust our nuts to be fitter. Like we're going to take those skills and take that physical ability, and we're going to work as hard, do all the shit that Hawthorn's doing, but we're going to be more skillful about it. And then we played them in that grand final and beat them at it. So, and we had Polly Farmer as well. So, which
yes, love Polly. Our greatest ever.
You got one of the great when you can just slot one of the greatest footballers that's ever played the game in there as well. That makes a big difference. But yeah, we beat them. We beat them for fitness. So, but my God, after that day,
To
Did
be
they
fair,
make
King,
this?
Polly is one of our greatest ever ruckman ever. To be fair, Kingy, like you should look on Wikipedia about Polly Farmer. He was actually a tremendous footballer.
I've heard about
Sam
it. Yeah, I've heard
Sam
about
Newman put him in high regard. Sam Newman said he was one of the greatest players he ever played with. So
I've heard
no,
it, yeah.
that's he was a fantastic football Polly.
One of the
my
best.
granddad
I
played
know
for the
that,
Cats
but
at
what's
about
this
that
got
same
to do
time
with
as
this
well.
grand
and
final
makes
coming?
Crazy praise for him. So
I understand all that.
it-
What's it got to do with this grand final?
It's an education, Kingy. It's an education. I'm learning
Kingy's
some
giving
of
me
it.
Kingy's giving me the perfect segue though, because we are going to wrap this thing up in 5 minutes.
I
I
feel
need
like
to sleep.
I'm-
My kids are gonna wake me up. So let's
Ah,
quickly drop some predictions.
No, that feeling.
Let's quickly drop some
I
predictions.
mean, I had
for the
something to
grand
say
final.
about Tom Stewart, and
Go
I
for it.
haven't been able to get in.
No, go for it, Kingy. Then let's do that, and then let's do some predictions.
Right. Thank you. Was it last year or the year before when Tom Stewart was out for weeks and we were struggling to cover for him?
Last year.
Remember that?
Was it? I feel like it was 2023.
Was last year. And then when he came back, we got heavily tagged and we bring him to the centre bounce defender or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And we're struggling with him being tagged and all this stuff. And I think last year we struggled to cover for him. And I think what's happened is that Chris Scott and the other assistants around him have learnt from this lesson, and they've taught the other defenders around the area and around the field to be able to cover for him when we need to. And I think that's going to hold us in good stead this week. That we can cover for him when.
Yeah, Kingy. That was the Jed
and we
McEntee game where
showed
Jed
that
McEntee tagged.
Yeah.
Jed McEntee tagged him, and and then we moved. If you remember, Kingy, we actually moved Stewie in the midfield after that game, after the Port game, because we were saying we need to get involved.
Yeah, I don't think it was a question of we struggled. Just he was, because of his intercept. People were trying to take his intercept marking out of it. So we were looking for a way to get him into the game because teams were sort of tagging him almost. So we had to push him up in the midfield to get him up into the game, which meant we needed to cover for him. You know, we had to have other, which what you're saying there, Kingy, like we had to get other guys to sort of cover him for him in defence while we sort of worked him into the game, while we sort of took the opportunity to work him in the game into the midfield, which as it's panned out, and I think this is what you're alluding to, it worked to our advantage because now that he's out, the guys that we had to get to cover for him while we worked him in the game.
Paid off in the long term, but we can now cover for him.
Exactly.
With all of that in mind, give me your thoughts for this grand final this weekend, because we've got the Paul James show on Thursday, but that'll be our last live stream, and I promise you I'm not going for 5 hours and 15 minutes like I have tonight. So, Kingy, keep the momentum going.
Right.
What's your tip for Saturday? Winner, margin, and if you've got a Norm Smith in you, throw it at me.
What was the scoring shots with the quali between us and Brizzy?
We had at least 10 more. I know that much.
We won by 38 points. We had 32 shots to 19.
13 scoring shots.
13 extra scoring shots.
Geelong by 13 goals.
Oh, it's got some 2022 and 2007 energy. I can get around that. Got a Norm Smith for me?
Geelong by 4 goals.
I like that call. That call.
That's some confidence.
You know what?
Because it's a grand final, I'll halve it and say 6.5 goals because it's a grand final. 39
Cats
points.
by 35 points it is.
I think that's a reasonable. I think that's an entirely reasonable call.
Yeah. Norm Smith, I'm kind of itching between Bazza and Max Holmes, but honestly, It's got to be Danger, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm on Danger for this one. Horatio, over to you. What do you got? Team, margin, Norm Smith.
You know, Paul, I'm going to let you go first on this because everybody else was shitting like big black Alsatians last week. And Ben was like, I'm going for Geelong by a point and all that. And you and I were the only ones that were game to say we were going to win this game win that game convincingly in the end. I want to know what you think first.
So I've got Cats by 17 points. I don't think it's going to be a blowout, but I also I think we'll have it in hand pretty comfortably most of the way through it. Like I feel like it's going to be that 5-goal margin. They'll get a couple junk ones near the end there just to add some respectability to it. But Geelong will have them at arm's reach most of the time, is my feel. And Norm Smith, I've said Danger, so I'm going Danger.
Yeah, I think it's, I'm about to say I think it's going to be about 3 to 5 goals. I think we've got their measure. You know, I think I think they're feeling the pinch, and I sincerely hope they play Lachie Neale because he just is not going to be right. I don't care what they say, even if he runs the game out. He is not 100%. Or, put it this way. Soon as remember Collingwood in 2011 played bloody Ben Reid, and he just wasn't right, and they had to card him off.
Sydney in 2022, they played Sam Reid, funnily enough, and he was gone in no time as well.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. It's like one laugh. And they're brothers too. They're brothers. It's like, what? Like, can we get a Reid brother? Have they got another brother we can get in here that they can play injured so he gets carted off early in the game and we just end up romping at home?
Just gives the Reid family a good excuse for not winning grand finals. Go, no, sorry, we got injured.
If they play Lachie Neale, I know he's a champion and all that kind of thing, but if they play him on Saturday, that is basically saying we don't think we can win this game.
And we need to throw him in.
That's basically them conceding that they think they're battling to win this game. He will not run out the game. I don't think so.
What about Berry while we're at it? Just actually for
they'll be driven to do it for Big O as well.
Did you see his shoulder?
Yeah, popped out.
He's done. He's cooked. There is no chance he's going to play. They had to get the AFL doctor down there. He's gone.
You would think so, but they are. It does. There's some stubborn energy coming out of that club right now that it just makes me wonder if they pull the trigger, which again would be a stupid risk. I would agree with you in terms of the rationale around it. It's very flawed. But
I do look. The bottom line is we're cherry ripe. They're not. It's a done. Unless we go out there and just completely shit the bed, there is which that's the thing. And this is why I was asking the hard questions of Lucas earlier. Once upon a time, I would not have had the confidence to say we're not going to shit the bed because, my God, we shit the bed plenty of times. But this Geelong side in this era, the way we're travelling right now, we do not shit the bed.
Yeah. Lucas, team, margin, Norm Smith.
Geelong by 7 points, Oisin Mallon, Norm Smith.
Oh, go OG!
I mean, to be fair, if he does the job on McCluggage again, that's going to be looked upon very, very favourably.
Hope so. He's the best tagger in the game, Oisin Mallon. He's the best tagger in the game. Sure, if he keeps McCluggage under 20, surely he gets Norm Smith for that impact. I don't think he gets no credit, Mallon. I think he gets absolutely no credit compared to the other players in the midfield. So, that's my pick. But Geelong by 7, Oisin Mallon's going to shut down McCluggage, Norm Smith.
He did the best tagging role on Dacos.
Yeah.
absolutely.
that I saw.
Shut him down in that second half. Yeah, that's it, King.
Best
Yeah,
tagger in the comp.
yeah.
He's good with these outside runners, which again, linking to my point last week about Newcombe, why I didn't think he was the right choice, and felt pretty good about myself off the back of that. But yeah, no, I'm with you. All right, thanks, team. It's been good.
Been really great, guys. Really good.
People saying it's heated. Not at all. I wasn't heated at all. Not at all. Not at all. It's all good. It's all fun.
I'm looking at a whole bunch of DMs and that just say fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you over and over. Like, what are you talking about?
The only thing I feel bad about is that we've got a bunch of people like Kingy's come in here to try to say a few things, and me and Lucas have bloody just yapped over the top of him.
First stage is acceptance and acceptance.
Sorry, Kingy. I apologise, mate. Sorry.
It wasn't you so much. It was the other one.
We'll blame a bit of the internet lag as well, because there was a few times where I saw the two of you go at the same time. But we'll work it out. This is why I typically don't have like 4 people at the same time, because this sort of thing can happen a little bit.
Yeah. I was expecting.
You can have one of these pieces, Kingy.
Well, at least I've apologised. There you go.
It was it's my first time too. So.
Oh fuck. Well, don't let it be your last, King.
For my first time.
No.
Wasn't expecting.
We'll bring you back.
So, yeah. Well, I was in the boarding house before, so I couldn't do any of this. I just moved into my new place last month, so.
You got the Paul James hosting experience, which is pretty wild and stupid, as opposed to the Ben Reeve one, which is boring and shit, but also a bit more structured.
Where are you living, King?
I'm in Adelaide.
There you go.
That explains all the conversation from before.
Beautiful.
That's what we're talking
about like the different venues and shit. Like, I wouldn't know
Monday.
what the fuck these places are.
Do you live up near Westlake? Do you live up near Westlake Way, Kingy?
No.
Curious, so yeah, up down that way. So
aren't you all like 5 minutes away from each other over there?
I'm closer to Norwood.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're in the you're down south there.
No. Or
I know.
No.
You near the parade?
Norwood's the parade. Norwood's the parade. It's where they had to
yes.
Careful, we don't need someone being doxed again by
Norwood
mistake.
Redlegs. Where Zach Bailey comes from.
Are you a red leg fan?
Yes.
Boo! Boo!
All right. On that note, thanks everyone for coming on board tonight. It's been
Paul, they can dox me. I'm still waiting for my house to be built up in the Barossa. They can dox me. They're more than welcome to dox me in this this rental. That's completely fine.
Right.
I'm all the way down in bloody Gawler. I'm not that far, but I'm near around there. I'm not that far. I'm about 35 minutes from the city. So, but I'm going to be an hour from the city if this house gets built, if it ever does. Dox me now. Don't dox me then.
Sorry, I'm just
hang on, Lucas. I just want to say to Key, you picked a bad night to come on, mate. Like, you're talking with like 3 dudes that love the sound of their own voice and have had a mountain of piss. So you picked a tough one to slot in on, mate. So don't be discouraged.
You are welcome back anytime.
Come back, Kingy. Come back next week.
Definitely the forte for all of us.
I want to see
you're a Norwood fan.
Oh, forget about the Norwood stuff.
Hey, who do you follow in the Sandful, Lucas?
I don't follow anybody in the Sandful. I think they're all crap. I don't follow the Sandful.
Come on, mate. Although you like, I'm before the Crows era, so I'm a North Adelaide fan.
Yeah, technically, the closest is Central District. Technically, to me, that's where I live around the Central District.
I was hoping you weren't going to say that.
Oh, sorry. Well, I used to live in an apartment in the city. Then COVID stroked me down, and I had to move back with my mum. So that's they were great times. And now I'm building in the Barossa. 3 years building, and the house still isn't being completed. So that's been a hell of a time.
Although I will say to everybody, good omen. My South Fremantle boys won the waffle flag on the weekend with a controversial decision.
Yeah, controversial. But can you come on the post game live Saturday, mate? Ben will look over. It's not Ben, it's you, Paul. It's you again.
It is me on post game, but it'll be one person at a time. I promise you that.
I'll be too rowdy and out and about.
Yeah, you might even get me naked.
Do it, Kingy. Do it.
Well, if I can't get naked on my stream, I'll be naked on post game live.
And on that
note, guys,
we'll wrap things up.
I'm out.
Thanks, everyone.
I'm out. I'm going to let you wrap it up. I've had too many.
I'm going to wrap it up. All right. Thank you, everyone, for having tuned in tonight. It's been a pleasure, as always. Thank you to Lucas and Kingy and Horatio all for popping in at the very, very end of the stream there. Thank you to all of you who having watched along. Thank you to everyone who's donated via Super Chat functionality tonight. It's been I promised an extra half hour post-game, and it's become, another 2 hours? So good. Went real well. Thank you all for having tuned in tonight. Make sure to check out the Chat Cats. They'll be doing their review and preview episode tomorrow. You'll have an episode about Tom Stewart, like a video going up about Tom Stewart from me tomorrow. The Paul James show will return on Thursday. We've got our grand final predictions video. And then, of course, Ben is planning on doing a grand final breakfast stream on Saturday morning. I will be hosting post-game live on Saturday night. Hopefully we win and I don't have to get anywhere near the teary situation that Ben had during the prelim last year. But it has been an absolute pleasure as always. If you've enjoyed this video, please make sure to like, share, and subscribe to the Hoops Crew on YouTube. There's lots of awesome content. I've just referred to all of it that's coming. So subscribe to the YouTube channel. Check out all the stuff that we've got there and enjoy. We're on Patreon, patreon.com/thehoopscrew, where you can subscribe for $5 and get early access, extended, and exclusive content. You'll find me at Paul James Games on Twitter. That's Blue Sky, Instagram, and Twitter. I think I missed a platform there. The Hoops Crew you'll find at The Hoops Crew. And until next time, remain Geelong strong, everyone. Thank you all for checking out this Brownlow stream that derailed very, very quickly. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you later.